Chapter 239. The Great Zhou Dynasty, one of the three dynasties in the Mortal District. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao finally arrived at the capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhoujing. Wang Ku, it's just as you said. Zhoujing is indeed in a mess, isn't it? Zhang Jingdao widened his eyes in shock. Zhoujing and Qingjing were not very different in terms of construction style. The only difference was that many of Zhoujing's city walls had collapsed. The east of the city was in ruins and countless buildings had collapsed. Occasionally, people would go there to complain. At the same time, there were many disciples of the immortal sects around Zhoujing, slaying demons with their swords. Yes, demons. The demons seemed to be attacking the city. There were tiger demons, leopard demons, and rat demons. The demons wreaked havoc, but were repelled by the disciples of the immortal sections. Beside Wang Ku stood an old acquaintance of Zhang Jingdao's. It was his eldest cousin's sister with a stubbled face. Patriarch, before you came, there was a group of demonic beasts attacking the city. They were all blocked. The east side of the city was breached 3 months ago. At that time, it was a tragic sight. The eldest cousin explained. Demons attacking the city? Wang Ku frowned. Yes, the Great Zhou Dynasty used to be peaceful. However, when the news of lust being killed by the Devil Lord spread, the Great Zhou Dynasty began to fall into chaos. A large number of demons pounced on the major cities. Now, the major cities of the Great Zhou Dynasty are in a mess. If it were not for the disciples of the immortal sects who came to slay the demons, the Great Zhou Dynasty would have been wiped out. His cousin explained. Where did so many demons come from? Did they make an agreement? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. We asked some disciples of the immortal sects to understand. These demons used to be Lust's subordinates. His cousin explained. Lust has a large number of demons under his command? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. Yes, Lust is the second hall master of the demon sect. However, he also gathered a force and stationed it at a place called the Lotus Blood Cave. This force was not part of the demonic sect. It was specially used by the Lust to deal with the blood-crossing temple. This force consisted of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Originally, the Lust was alive and could suppress them. However, once the news of Lust's death came out, this force was no longer suppressed and suddenly exploded. Eldest cousin explained. Now that the boss is dead, the underlings are starting to call themselves kings? Wang Ku frowned. Yes. Lust is the master of the Lotus Flower Blood Cave. He has 2 great guardians under him. The outside world calls them Patriarch Bloodrobe and Rat King. The 2 enforcers mobilize the forces of the Blood Lotus Cave to attack the Great Zhou Dynasty under the Lust's protection. Apart from destroying the major cities, they also had another goal, which was to capture the Great Zhou royal family's relatives. Eldest cousin explained. Why? Zhang Jingdao asked in astonishment. I don't know. In any case, it was quite desperate. The Great Zhou Dynasty was about to be destroyed. Just as the demons of the Blood Lotus Cave were about to attack the Zhou capital and capture all the royal families, someone from the blood-crossing temple came. Eldest cousin pointed in the direction of the palace in the distance. Above the palace, there seemed to be a huge golden swastika symbol floating. It emitted a faint golden light that enveloped the palace. Is that an eminent monk of the blood-crossing temple performing a ritual? Wang Ku asked curiously. Yes, only one person came from the blood-crossing temple. He protected the palace and everyone in the Great Zhou royal family. He is now the imperial tutor. That day, the imperial tutor alone turned the tide and suppressed countless demons. The 2 great demons of the Blood Lotus Cave were unable to break into the palace. The battle that night turned a large area in the east of the Zhou capital into ruins. It was tragic. Eldest cousin recalled. Great Zhou Dynasty's imperial tutor? One person turned the tide? Blood-crossing temple? As expected of one of the 4 top immortal sects. Wang Ku sighed. After the Great Zhou imperial tutor protected the Great Zhou royal family, he immediately invited all the orthodox immortal sects to slay the demons together. The disciples of the major immortal sects responded. Most of the disciples were scattered in the major cities. There were also some disciples stationed in the Zhou capital to slay the demons. The two guardians of the Blood Lotus Cave were still unwilling to give up on the great Zhou royal family and often sent demonic beasts to attack. Unfortunately, they were unable to get close to the palace. The orthodox immortal sects continued to slay the demons, causing the Zhou capital to gradually settle down and the people to slowly adapt. Eldest cousin explained. I see that there are quite a number of troops around? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Yes, after the demons attacked the city, King Zhou ordered all the troops to come to the rescue of the king. Unfortunately, the major cities are also in chaos. Now, there are not many who can come to the rescue of the king. My Wang family army is one of the troops that came to the rescue of the king. Now, we are cooperating with the disciples of the immortal sects to slay the demons. The powerful demons are dealt with by the disciples of the immortal sections. The small demons and demons are suppressed by our army. Now, the Zhou capital is slowly stabilizing. Eldest cousin explained. Wang Ku, should we go to the palace and meet the Grand Tutor? After all, you are the East Wolf Palace Master and he comes from the Blood Crossing Temple. They are all top sects in the world. If you want to find someone, you can ask him for help? Zhang Jingdao asked. Wang Ku frowned. I'm so busy. How can I have the time to go to the palace? You're busy. Zhang Jingdao asked in surprise. Nonsense. Do you think I'm not looking for Gong Wei? If I go to see the Grand Tutor, what if he asks me to help deal with the demons? I'm not free. I can't possibly look for something to do, right? Wang Ku said naturally. But your eldest cousin just said that she met Gong Wei once about a month ago. After that, there was no trace of him. There hasn't been any news. Zhang Jingdao said. About a month ago? Gong Wei actually came to the Qing capital to find Jessa the monk. There must be something important here. Wang Ku analyzed. So what? He's been gone for more than a month. Zhang Jingdao curled his lips. He's been gone for more than a month. What's there to look for? Eldest cousin, bring me to the place where Gong Wei appeared. Wang Ku said. Yes. Eldest cousin said respectfully. The three of them walked into the Zhou capital. Eldest cousin was the leader of the army. Naturally, she didn't need to be checked when she entered the city. The three of them went straight to the ruins on the east side of the city. After a few months, the ruins on the east side of the city had gradually regained some life. There were even peddlers selling things on the streets. The three of them went straight to the east side of the city. Soon, they found a huge stone Buddha head at the corner of the east side of the city. Master, it's this Buddha head square. When third aunt found Gong Wei, she was standing in front of the Buddha head and looking at it. When we wanted to go up to her, she had already soared into the sky and left. Eldest cousin explained. Buddha head? Wang Ku looked at the strange Buddha head. It was 3 feet tall. It was as tall as a 3-story building. It wasn't just a small sculpture. Rumor has it that 100 years ago there was a Buddha head temple here. Later, it was destroyed by lust. All that's left is this huge Buddha head statue. After 100 years, the Buddha head is covered in moss. This place has also become a market square. In the Great Zhou dynasty, executions are usually carried out in this Buddha head square. It's surrounded by a market. Look, there are many people selling vegetables. Eldest cousin pointed at the peddlers selling their products. Buddha head? Why did Gong Wei come to see this Buddha head? I look at the Buddha head. It looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Wang Ku also looked curious. Gong Wei is so eager to find a husband. She actually has the time to worship Buddha. This Buddha head is definitely not simple. How is it not simple? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. I don't know either. Wang Ku shook his head. Zhang Jingdao. Come, fresh vegetables. Sell them cheap. Roast goose. Roast goose for sale. Roast chicken. Who wants to buy roast chicken? There were sounds of hawking all around. Amitba. Almsgiver, can you give me a chicken drumstick? Get out of here, you fake monk. It was noisy all around. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were still studying the huge Buddha head. However, after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't find anything. Sigh, maybe Gong Wei is just passing by. Zhang Jingdao frowned. Wang Ku also looked depressed. Did he really come for nothing? Master, there are all kinds of people here. Why don't we go back and rest? Our Wang family's mansion is in the west of the city? The eldest cousin invited respectfully. Wang Ku was about to nod when a dirty monk suddenly walked up to them. Amitba. Benefactors, this penniless monk has noticed that you have been staring at the Buddha's head. You must be a benevolent Buddhist. I wonder if this penniless monk can give you some pointers? The dirty monk said with a smile. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao looked at the monk strangely. The monk was dirty and his clothes were tattered. He was holding a chicken drumstick in his hand and eating it while talking to them. Monk, you're eating meat? You're breaking the precepts. Are you a fake monk? Zhang Jingdao widened his eyes in shock. Amitba. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha stays in the heart. My Dharma name is Bujia. The dirty monk said with a smile. Bujia? What's the meaning of this Dharma name? Zhang Jingdao asked in shock. Wine, women, avarice, and temper, I don't need to abstain from anything. My name is Bujia. Amitba. After the monk finished eating the chicken drumstick, he wiped his greasy hands on his clothes and continued to look at the three of them with a smile. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao had strange expressions on their faces. Amitba. Almsgivers, there is a fortuitous encounter in front of you. It depends on whether the three of you are willing to grasp it or not. Bujia said with a smile. Fortuitous encounter? Wang Ku looked at the monk and felt that he was a liar. Master, the fortuitous encounter you are talking about? What is it? Wang Ku asked curiously. We've eaten meat, but we're still lacking wine. I wonder if you can spare some wine for me to moisten my throat? Bujia smiled. Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao. Of course, if you don't have wine, money is fine too. I see that the three of you are dressed in luxurious clothes, so you should have quite a bit of money, right? Money is just a worldly possession. If I don't enter hell, who will enter hell? Let this poor monk help you clear away your excess wealth. Bujia stepped forward, wanting to touch Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. What are you doing? What are you doing? You still want to rob us? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. Pung! The elder cousin instantly slammed Bujia onto the ground with a palm strike. Impudent, you dare to offend anyone? The elder cousin glared angrily. Wang Ku touched his storage bracelet and his face turned ugly. What the f***ck? Are they here to rob me? Rob my money? What kind of joke is this? If I don't enter hell, who will enter hell? If hell is filled with money, this daddy will stay there every day. Oh, it's General Wang. Haha, this monk is a liar. He's lazy and only knows how to eat. He sleeps in the Buddha's head plaza every day. There's no need to care about him. That's right. He cheats for meat and wine. When he sees a beauty, his eyes will be fixed on her. He's just a fake monk. Don't worry, he's nothing. He can't win against anyone. However, he will shamelessly climb up the ladder. If someone gives him some rice, he will want meat. If someone gives him meat, he will want wine. If someone gives him wine, he will want to climb up the ladder and ask for money. How can there be such a monk in this world? Ha! General Wang, there's no need to take it to heart. The surrounding peddlers immediately laughed and said. Obviously, as a general of the army, many commoners knew that the eldest cousin's sister was very well known. Amitba, who's the liar? I'm giving you guys a chance to give me alms. What do you guys know? Bujia glared at the group of merchants angrily. We're all monks. Look at the imperial preceptor in the royal palace. He's clean and considerate of the commoners. He benefits the commoners and slays demons to save the world. Look at you, you're just a scoundrel. Pooey. A merchant selling roasted goose scolded. What do you guys know? Those are just appearances, what's the use of them? Bujie glared at them. Io, you dare to slander the imperial preceptor? Do you believe that with a shout the constables will come and arrest you? That merchant spoke with disdain. You guys must be blind. I, the true Buddha, can't see it. I'm kind enough to accept your charity and help you clear your karma. You guys don't know what's good for you. Humph. Bujie scolded as he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. He ran away? That monk really knows how to run away. Zhang Jingdao had a strange expression on his face. That monk is here to cheat for food every day? The elder cousin looked at the merchant curiously. Isn't that so? However, General Wang, I was just scaring him just now. Although that monk's six senses aren't pure and he cheats for food every day, he still has some capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been arrested long ago. That merchant laughed. Capabilities? He fell down when I pushed him just now? The elder cousin asked curiously. He doesn't know martial arts, but he knows a lot of Buddhist scriptures. During this period of time, many commoners died in the hands of demonic beasts. He would go there and recite some sutras. Although I don't know if it's useful, the families of the deceased would give him some money. The merchant explained. He's there to cheat money, right? What's the use of reciting sutras? I know how to do it too, Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. He's not reciting sutras blindly. He really knows a lot of sutras. In the past, there were a few monks who passed by to preach sutras. When they were reciting sutras, he picked out a lot of problems. In the end, those monks were left speechless by his words and left with their tails between their legs. Thus, we all know that he knows a lot of sutras, but he doesn't look like an eminent monk at all. We tried to persuade him, but he's still the same. He eats meat, drinks wine, cheats money, and even gambles. He's so sloppy that everyone hates him. The merchant said. What a weirdo! Zhang Jingdao had a strange expression on his face. Only Wang Ku squinted his eyes. He's a talent. Talent. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku in surprise. Elder cousin, send someone to bring this monk Bujie to the residence. I want to see him. I have a way to find Gong Wei. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Yes. The elder cousin said respectfully. Wang Ku, are you crazy? He's just a fake monk. How are you going to find Gong Wei through him? Zhang Jingdao said in shock. P.S. I forgot to mention it again. Today is the first update. Chapter 240. Zhoujing, Wang Family Mansion. In a large hall, there was a table filled with wine and meat. At this moment, Bujie, who was wearing a dirty and tattered monk robe, was eating and drinking in large mouthfuls. At the same time, he was using his hands to protect his food, afraid that someone would snatch it from him. It didn't take long for Bujie to finish the entire table of meat and wine. Beside him, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao were drinking tea while waiting for Bujie to eat. This monk, is he the reincarnation of a pig? How can he eat so much? An entire table of wine and meat was finished by him? Zhang Jingdao asked in bewilderment. Burp, it's not that I want to boast, but I can even finish another table. Bujie lifted his head and said. Then get another table, let's eat. Wang Ku instructed. Yes. Outside the door, the disciples of the Wang family hurried over to clean up the mess. At the same time, another table of wine and meat was served. At this moment, Bujie felt that something was wrong. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. Instead, he looked at Wang Ku. This benefactor, you called me here just to treat me to a meal? This poor monk doesn't have anything. What do you want me to do? Reverend, I heard that you are familiar with scriptures? Wang Ku asked curiously. Ha ha ha, I'm not just familiar with scriptures. I can even recite all the scriptures in the world backwards. Bujie laughed. continue boasting. You can recite all the scriptures in the world backwards? Zhang Jingdao had a look of disbelief. "Oh, you don't believe me? You can test me. If you can't, I'm your grandson. If I can recite all the scriptures, you are my grandson. How about it?" Bujie drank his wine and said gleefully. Zhang Jingdao's face froze. "Damn, how would I know what scriptures are? Besides, I don't even have a wife yet. What do I need a grandson for?" "And the first test is considered passed." Wang Ku nodded at the side. Zhang Jingdao stared at Wang Ku. "What first test?" Bujie also glared at Wang Ku. "Do you believe my words?" "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not, as long as you have the confidence." Wang Ku shook his head. "Bujie, for the second test, I will ask you again. Do you know anything about the Blood Crossing Temple?" "There was a monk in the Blood Crossing Temple called Jiesa the monk. Do you know them?" Wang Ku asked Bujie. Zhang Jingdao was stunned. This monk Bujie knew monk Jiesa? "Wang Ku, what are you thinking? You can't mix them together just because they both have the word Jie in their names. One is a nascent soul cultivator, and the other is a mortal. Isn't it just the Blood Crossing Temple? I'm familiar with all the monks inside. Jiesa the monk you mentioned just now? That's my disciple," Bujie directly stated. "Wang Ku, he is lying. Damn, the imperial advisor of Great Zhou came from the Blood Crossing Temple, but he doesn't know this monk Bujie. And that Jiesa the nascent soul cultivator, he actually has the face to say that he is his disciple." Zhang Jingdao exposed Bujie in disdain. "And the second test is considered passed." Wang Ku nodded his head. "What?" Zhang Jingdao and Bujie looked at Wang Ku in unison. "Wang Ku, is this an interview? How did he pass 2 tests?" Zhang Jingdao asked with his eyes wide open. Bujie also looked at Wang Ku in shock. What did this person mean? Why couldn't he understand? And the first test was to see if he knew how to boast, and the second test was to see if he was shameless. And both passed. He is the person I am looking for. He knows some Buddhist scriptures, knows how to boast, and is very shameless. I am looking for such a talent," Wang Ku explained. Zhang Jingdao. "Bujie. Ba, monks don't lie. When did I boast? Why is that shameless? Benefactor, you can't malign me for no reason." Bujie glared at Lin Fan. "Yes, that's the expression. When others expose you, you must fight for it. This is what I admire about you," Wang Ku said agitatedly. Zhang Jingdao. "Bujie. Benefactor, what are you trying to do?" Bujie looked at Wang Ku worriedly. "Reverend Bujie, do you want to eat meat and drink wine every day? Do you want to have an endless amount of money? Do you want to become a holy monk that everyone respects?" Wang Ku asked in anticipation. Bujie looked at Wang Ku in confusion. "Yes, I do. But how is that possible? Why is it not possible? Today, I invited you here so that you can eat the best meat and drink the best wine every day. At the same time, I will give you a lot of money so that many people will respect you as a holy monk," Wang Ku said solemnly. Zhang Jingdao, who was standing at the side, looked at Wang Ku in shock. "Are you here to give me warmth? I don't understand." Bujie was at a loss. "You don't need to understand. From now on, you just need to listen to us. I promise you that you will get everything you want. How about it?" Wang Ku looked at Bujie expectantly. "You aren't thinking of harming me, right?" Bujie asked worriedly. "No, I'm just giving you a makeover. At the same time, I want you to change your appearance. Are you willing?" Wang Ku persuaded. "Are you for real?" Bujie had a look of suspicion. 1 year, at most 1 year. As long as you cooperate with us, we will give you everything we promised. After everything is done, we will even give you a sum of money. How about it? This is the contract, it's written in black and white. Take a look," Wang Ku said as he took out a contract. Bujie was also literate. At this moment, he received the contract with a blank look on his face. You want me to be the abbot? Bujie looked at Wang Ku curiously. That's right. I'm preparing to build a temple in Zhoujing called the Devil Suppressing Temple. I want you to hold a ceremony to release the souls of the commoners who were killed by the demons this time. Appease the pain in the hearts of the commoners and allow the dead to be reborn. Wang Ku explained. That's a good thing. But what does this contract mean? It means that you can't use your original identity to release souls. You have to follow our instructions and use another identity to release the souls of the dead. This is all for the sake of the commoners. I believe Abbot won't reject it, right? Wang Ku asked. Devil Suppressing Temple? I'm the abbot? Another identity? Bujie had a look of astonishment. Yes, your new identity is called Abbot Jessa, Wang Ku explained. Jessa? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed at the side. You want this monk to impersonate lust? No, impersonate Jessa? What are you trying to do? Bujie was at a loss. Don't ask me what I'm trying to do. In any case, it's to release the souls of the dead and appease the pain of the living. I don't think this will make things difficult for you, right? Wang Ku asked. Bujie looked at the contract with a strange expression on his face. It's true that it won't make things difficult. But I keep feeling that something is off. Clap, clap. Wang Ku clapped his hands. Instantly, the disciples of the Wang clan carried a huge chest over. The chest was filled with gold and silver. This is the remuneration for the contract. Now, do you still feel weird? Wang Ku asked. Not at all, haha, not at all. Bujie laughed. Okay, then you can sign the contract and put your fingerprint on it. Follow my subordinate to freshen up, Wang Ku said with a smile. Good, good. Bujie happily signed the contract. At the same time, he carried the chest and left with the disciples of the Wang clan. Wang Ku, you want someone to impersonate Jessa and trick Gong Wei into appearing? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Of course. Gong Wei is running around everywhere. How can I find her? Why don't we get her to come to us? Isn't she looking for Jessa? Jessa is here. Why wouldn't she come to us? Wang Ku said confidently. What if she has already found Jessa? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. That's great. Someone is impersonating her husband. How can she not be anxious? Even if she isn't anxious, Jessa will be anxious. If she doesn't come to cause trouble, won't we be able to find Gong Wei? Wang Ku said proudly. But, why do you want Bujie to impersonate her? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. The key is that I don't know anything about Buddhist scriptures. Other than a few poems about monks, I don't know anything else. You don't have to know too much about Buddhist scriptures. But, at the very least, you have to know how to use Buddhist scriptures to brag. Otherwise, how can you trick people? Do you know how to do that? Wang Ku asked. No. I've read a few Buddhist scriptures before. But, I really don't know how to brag about Buddhist scriptures. Zhang Jingdao shook his head. Isn't that enough? This monk Bujie has some knowledge of Buddhist scriptures and even caused other monks to be speechless before. He knows how to use Buddhist scriptures to boast. That alone is sufficient. At that time, with a little embellishment from me, the image of a holy monk of a generation will be born. Wang Ku explained. Is Jessa a holy monk? He even has a wife. Zhang Jingdao glared. We are not impersonating the real Jessa. We are just using his Buddhist name for publicity. The main reason is to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Wang Ku explained. Zhang Jingdao was silent for a while. He felt that it made sense. This time, in order to find Gong Wei, you have really put in a lot of effort. Zhang Jingdao sighed. I have to put in a lot of effort. I have to think about my future. Wang Ku shook his head. Just as the two of them were chatting, Bujie quickly finished his bath. He changed into a kasaya and walked over. The sloppy Bujie changed into a new set of clothes. Indeed, he looked like an eminent monk. Amitba, benefactors, are you satisfied with this poor monk's current appearance? Bujie asked with a smile. You're starting to look like a different person after your bath. Even those old acquaintances of yours at the Buddha's Head Plaza might not be able to recognize you, right? Zhang Jingdao sighed. It ba. Bujie smiled faintly. Come, apply this on your face. Only then will you look more like an eminent monk. Wang Ku passed a small porcelain bottle to Bujie. Bujie received the small porcelain bottle with a puzzled look on his face. After applying it on his face, he would transform into an esteemed monk? Why? With doubts in his heart, Bujie smeared the liquid all over his face. At the side, Zhang Jingdao's eyes suddenly widened as his face twitched. It's actually that mosaic? Why is my face so hot? Bujie instantly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly ran to the bronze mirror at the side and looked at his reflection. His face was completely ruined. There were so many pimples that it made one's hair stand on end. His face could no longer be looked at. This was no longer pimples on his face. Instead, there were 2 eyes and a mouth growing out of the pimples. Benefactor, you ruined my face? Why? Bujie exclaimed in shock. Reverend, there's no need to worry. It's just some allergy medicine. I have the antidote here. Our demon-suppressing temple will be built in the capital of Zhou. What if many familiar people recognize you? This way, no one will be able to recognize you. Wang Ku explained. But I'm already disfigured. Am I still an eminent monk? Bujie exclaimed in shock. Reverend, you are a monk. You should know that the fleshly body is just a bag of skin. What's the point of being beautiful? You have to know that beautiful faces are all the same. Only a ruined face would be exceptionally mysterious. A senior monk who has attained the Tao must have this kind of mysterious feeling that others cannot fathom. Wang Ku explained. Bujie. Have I fallen into a trap? P.S. Second update. There's still a third update. Chapter 241. 1 month later. Great Zhou Dynasty, outside a city. Murong Luguang held his sword and looked coldly at the 4 blood-robed people opposite him. Speak, where did you hide the Lord? Murong Luguang looked coldly at the 4 blood-robed people. The 4 blood-robed people looked at each other, and one of them said angrily, We told you, the Lord ran away by himself, we were careless and it's gone. Bullshit, you 4 traitors, you actually betrayed the Lord. You must have given the Lord to the 2 protectors, right? Murong Luguang said coldly. If we hand the Lord to the 2 protectors, will we be hunted down by the 2 protectors? Use your brain and think about it. A blood-robed person said anxiously. I don't care so much if you don't take me to see the Lord. I'll kill you. Murong Luguang grabbed the hilt of his sword. Murong Luguang, are you crazy? You didn't see the Lord before. He had amnesia and said that he was not lust. He kept saying that he was Jessa. He is still hiding from us. He must have run away by himself. A blood-robed person said anxiously. You don't want to say it? Then don't blame me. Demon Slayer sword drawing technique. Murong Luguang shouted. Not good, this Murong Luguang has been hit by lust's mental manipulation. He is now a one-track mind. Quickly form a formation. A blood-robed person said anxiously. Immediately, the 4 blood-robed people took out their magic treasures and formed a formation. Boom! With a loud sound, Murong Luguang's sword collided with the 4 people's formation, flames overflowed and the 4 people instantly exploded. Go! Don't entangle with him, he is crazy now. The 4 blood-robed people immediately scattered. Where are you going? Murong Luguang immediately chased after them. Unfortunately, the 4 people entered the forest. Murong Luguang's pursuit was somewhat troublesome. In the end, Murong Luguang chased them to a mortal city and lost them. Traitor, traitor, you are all traitors, Murong Luguang said angrily. Murong Luguang was resting on a large rock outside the mortal city. He looked anxious. Master, it doesn't matter if you're called Lust or Jessa, you're still my master. They may have betrayed you, but I won't. I will find you. Just you wait. Murong Lu Guang raised his head and looked all around. His face turned ugly. But the sea of people is boundless. Where am I going to find Master? Quang. In the distance, it sounded like someone was striking a large gong. Listen up, everyone. The successor of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the human world, Holy Monk Jessa, intends to hold a boundless heaven and earth transcendence ceremony in the capital of Zhou on July 15th, to expiate the sins of the common people who had been harmed by demons, expiate the souls of the undead who died in vain, transcend the sufferings of the world. The transcendence ceremony will cover the entire great Zhou dynasty. At that time, the dead will ascend to heaven, and the dead will be cleansed of all their sins and reincarnated in order to bring peace to the people. I hereby announce that on the 15th day of the 7th month, I invite the people of the great Zhou dynasty to chant Namo Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This shout stunned Murong Lu Guang. What was going on? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's successor? Who was so bold? Holy Monk Jessa? Murong Lu Guang suddenly stood up. Immediately, Murong Lu Guang rushed in front of the person who was striking the gong. A powerful aura burst out. Exalted Immortal? Exalted Immortal, please spare our lives. The group immediately knelt down. I'm not going to kill you. But what were you chanting when you struck the gong? Murong Lu Guang said in a low voice. We were paid to do it. The person who struck the gong was terrified. You mentioned Holy Monk Jessa? Murong Lu Guang asked doubtfully. Exalted Immortal, you're not going to kill me? The person who struck the gong asked. Why would I want to kill you? I asked you a question, answer me truthfully. Murong Lu Guang said in a low voice. Yes, it's Holy Monk Jessa. They asked me to strike the gong and drum, visit various places to shout, that's what I said. Here's a leaflet, take a look. The person who struck the gong heard that they were not going to kill him, immediately relaxed a lot and handed over the leaflet. Murong Lu Guang took a look. On the leaflet, there was a drawing of a monk's back. Next to the monk was a sketch of the demon-subduing temple. The monk's hands were clasped together as if he was worshipping a bodhisattva in the air. That bodhisattva was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Next to it, there was a row of small words, as if the monk in the painting was speaking to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It said, Exalted Master, Reincarnated Disciple Jessa, on the 15th of July, there will be a boundless heaven and earth transcendence ceremony, leading the suffering souls of the world to hell. Exalted Master, please lead the souls of the dead to reincarnate and be reborn as humans. The leaflet was so lifelike that Murong Lu Guang was stunned for a while. Is there a hell in this world? How come I don't know about it? Murong Lu Guang said blankly. Exalted Immortal, don't talk nonsense. I heard that this exalted monk Jessa is connected to the netherworld underworld and can directly talk to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You offended the exalted monk. Although he is in Zhoujing, he can definitely hear you. The person who rang the gong immediately said. Ridiculous. The netherworld underworld is only a legendary place. Only the legendary exalted immortals know about it. Who in this world can connect to the netherworld underworld? Murong Lu Guang's face was full of disbelief. It's true. I heard that many exalted immortal sect disciples went there to pay their respects. It seems to be a exalted immortal called Wang Ku. It was not easy to invite the exalted monk. You can't offend the exalted monk. The person who rang the gong immediately said. Wang Ku? Demon-subduing temple? Exalted monk Jessa? Murong Lu Guang's expression changed. That exalted monk Jessa, is he going to find the Lord himself? Zhoujing? Which direction? Murong Lu Guang asked in a deep voice. Over there, which direction? The person who rang the gong immediately pointed in a direction. Murong Lu Guang stepped into the sky and disappeared in front of the person who rang the gong in the blink of an eye. Even the exalted immortals have to pay their respects to the exalted monk. That's really amazing. This exalted monk is probably the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the person who rang the gong sighed. Zhou Buddha's head square. The land of the Buddha's head square had been taken over by the Wang family. In a short time they had built a temple. The main temple was based on the demon suppression temple and was built to be extremely imposing. At this moment, after a period of preparation, the new demon suppression temple attracted a large number of believers. Of course, the main reason was that Wang Ku's publicity was on point. The flyers were everywhere, and people were advocating Exalted Monk Jessa. In a short time, the news that Exalted Monk Jessa was the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva spread throughout the great Zhou dynasty. For a time, many believers, whether curious or angry, came to investigate. However, they were all blocked outside the courtyard by the Wang family disciples. Even the exalted immortal sect disciples in Zhou came to inquire about the situation. Brother Wang, can you let us see this exalted monk Jessa? Yeah, Brother Wang, why are you here? Brother Wang, why are you here? Some of the orthodox disciples recognized Wang Ku and were curious. Of course, it was only because of Wang Ku's status that he was able to stop everyone. Everyone, this exalted monk Jessa is not from the 100,000 mountains. His background is mysterious and he rarely meets people. I also listened to his Dharma once, and I was shocked by it. This time, he wants to release the souls of the dead from the great Zhou dynasty. I asked people to build this demon suppression temple according to his needs. Please do not disturb exalted monk Jessa, Wang Ku said immediately. Brother Wang, could he be a liar? The personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? How is that possible? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is only a legend, right? Only immortals can come into contact with him. How is that possible? A righteous disciple said curiously. Everyone, does it matter if it's true or not? This exalted monk just wants to do something for the dead. He has no other request. Why do you care? He is devoted to the common people. I don't think it's fake. Wang Ku shook his head. Brother Wang, the point is, we have heard many stories of reincarnation, but we have never seen anyone reincarnate. The crowd said. Yeah, and the reincarnation in hell, does Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva really exist? The crowd said. I am willing to endorse this exalted monk Jessa. Please believe me. Wang Ku said solemnly. The disciples of the immortal sects frowned. They felt that this was a scam. However, the righteous Wang Ku was endorsing him. It couldn't be fake, right? Unless Wang Ku was deceived, otherwise. To all of you, the most important thing now is to exterminate the demons. Leave this kind of trivial matter to us. You guys go about your business and we will go about our business. Wang Ku advised again. All right, since Brother Wang has spoken, we will naturally give you some face. However, I would advise Brother Wang to check if this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple is a scam. After all, it's too ridiculous. A righteous disciple said. I will. Thank you for the reminder. You don't have to worry too much. This exalted monk is traveling the world. After the heaven and earth boundless expiation ceremony ends, he will leave. Wang Ku said. Oh, that's good. Then Brother Wang, be careful. The righteous disciple said. Thank you for your understanding. Wang Ku bowed to the crowd. Only then did Wang Ku persuade the 8th batch of disciples who had come to investigate the situation to leave. After persuading the disciples to leave, Wang Ku wiped the sweat off his forehead and slowly walked back to the demon suppression temple. The moment he entered, he saw a confused Bujie. Master, don't worry. With me around, no one will find trouble with you. You can continue to prepare for the heaven and earth boundless expiation ceremony. Wang Ku consoled. Grandmaster Bujie was holding onto a poster in his hand as a look of shock appeared on his face. Benefactor Wang Ku, can I not do this anymore? I don't want the money either. What's wrong? Wang Ku asked with a frown. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple? This poor monk can't accept it. This poor monk can't accept it either. This title is too big. I'm afraid that I will suffer retribution for pretending to be Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple. Bujia said with a long face. Don't worry. Actually, I have already demoted you by a lot. Wang Ku said. Demoted? You call that demoted? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple? This is asking for my life. Bujia cried. Originally, I wanted to announce that you are the reincarnation of a great rock and that you are the uncle of Lord Tathagata Buddha. But, Wang Ku frowned. Bujia stared at Wang Ku. Are you trying to play me to death? Uncle of Lord Tathagata Buddha? F***ck. This Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple really demoted me by a lot. But I still can't accept it. I don't want to play anymore, I can't play anymore. I don't dare to brag about this. Bujia said in fear. What kind of joke is this? We have signed a contract. Are you going to break it? Think carefully. If you dare to break the contract, what are you going to compensate me for? Wang Ku glared at him and rejected. Bujia's face froze. Did I just jump into a fire pit? P.S. End of the third watch. Recently, Guan Qi has been going all out, exploding every day. He will continue exploding tomorrow. Chapter 242. Zhou Jing, Demon Subduing Temple. Under Wang Ku's pacification, Bujia finally accepted the fact that he was the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He had no choice but to accept it. The contract was clearly written in black and white. He couldn't afford it. Luckily, he was only the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and not the uncle of Lord Gautama Buddha. Bujia cautiously hypnotized himself. After convincing Bujia, Wang Ku went to the square in front of the temple. Under the huge Buddha head in the square, there was no longer a market and all sorts of vendors. Instead, there were countless devotees. After all, the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had reincarnated into the mortal world. This was a little too scary. In this 100,000 mountains, there were quite a number of Buddhist cultivators. However, who would dare to have a relationship with a legendary deity? But here there was one, and he was even a big shot from the Buddhist world. Many people who didn't know about him came to pay their respects. Of course, there were also many who were unhappy with him. Pretending to be a disciple of a bodhisattva wasn't that easy. Come, take a look. The Heaven and Earth Bank's banknotes have been personally appraised by the holy monk. You can't buy them anywhere else. Buy a stack and burn them for your deceased relatives. They are much more valuable than your paper ingot. They are also convenient to carry around. They are an indispensable asset for your ancestors. Come, take a look. Our banknotes are worth 1,000,000 gold taels each. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Do you know the situation in hell? Only us holy monks know. Heaven and Earth Bank? You don't know? You can ask some immortals from the immortal sects or cultivators from the various immortal towns. Who doesn't know about banks? Now, the Shunwang Company has banking services. Yes, the Heaven and Earth Bank's banknotes are just like the deposit receipts of the Shunwang Company. You can withdraw money with them. What do you know? There are many banks in the netherworld. This is the most authoritative bank. The Heaven and Earth Bank. Buying a stack won't cost you much. This is something that the holy monk has appraised. The quality is guaranteed. One stack is worth 1,000,000 gold taels in the netherworld. You can buy a mansion and a luxurious car for your ancestors in the netherworld. You can even book the entire mahjong room. You want it too? Good. The sounds of hawking continued in the square. When Zhang Jingdao saw Wang Ku, he immediately surrounded him. Wang Ku, this move of yours is amazing. I was still suspecting you of doing a losing business, but now I know that you built this demon-suppressing temple to make money. You helped Bujia to endorse the book, and Bujia transformed into a holy monk to help you. Do you know that the Heaven and Earth banknotes you issued are selling like crazy right now? I heard from one of your subordinates that many workshops are working overtime to print banknotes, but there's not enough time. This was a complete robbery. You've earned back all the money you've spent, Zhang Jingdao said excitedly. It's just a small amount of money and you're so excited. This thing doesn't have any technical content. After a while, it will come out everywhere. We're just making a quick buck. Wang Ku said disdainfully. No, we're different. We have holy monks appraising our banknotes. Zhang Jingdao argued at the side. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao. This thing, you can just look at it. Do you really think the common people are fools? They were just buying something new and to feel at ease. Once countless heaven and earth banknotes appeared on the market, who would care about who appraised them? They would burn them anyway. Just as the two of them were looking at the paper money being sold everywhere, and countless believers asking to meet the holy monks, some chaotic voices rang out again. All of you, get up. They're all lying. That's right. What disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? It's all fake. Come out if you have the ability. This poor monk is also a monk. Come out and compete with me. A group of monks were shouting there. They were stopping the believers from coming forward to pay their respects. At the same time, they were exposing Bujie's identity. Wang Ku's face sank. You haven't settled this group of people yet? How can I settle it? I can't possibly beat them up, right? They are also monks, and some of them are disciples of celestial sections. You know that other than Du Shui Temple, there are also some small celestial sects that cultivate Buddhism. They want to meet the holy monks, but you don't allow it. So, they are causing trouble every day. Zhang Jingdao said. Damn, are they crazy? I didn't offend them. Wang Ku's expression was ugly. You guys are killing demons to obtain merit. We are just doing publicity work in the mortal world. You guys want to cause trouble? You are slandering their belief. Why didn't you offend them? Zhang Jingdao said with a strange expression. Over there, let them come over. Wang Ku frowned and shouted into the distance. Yes. A group of Wang family disciples instantly opened up a path. Instantly, a group of monks rushed over aggressively. The countless believers who were buying the paper money and paying their respects all revealed curious expressions. You are Wang Ku? I have long heard that you cheated in the 100,000 mountains. You actually cheated your way to the mortal district? How dare you? The leader of the monks said menacingly. Cheated? What cheated? Who cheated you? Wang Ku glared at him. Look at your leaflet. It says that the holy monk Jessa is the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. You are talking nonsense. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is such an existence. How could he accept him as his personal disciple? He is obviously a liar. The monk said aggressively. You mean you are jealous? Wang Ku asked. Jealous? What jealousy? I just don't want a liar to tarnish the reputation of the Bodhisattva. The monk said aggressively. That's right. How can you make up stories about Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? The group of monks immediately said angrily. We did not make up stories. The holy monk is indeed the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Who told you that the holy monk is not the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Where did you get the news? Did Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva tell you? Wang Ku asked. The monks' faces stiffened. Who told me? Do I need anyone to tell me? In that case, no one told you that the holy monk is not the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Everything was just a wild guess? Wang Ku asked curiously. A wild guess? The monks were furious. Was there a need to make wild guesses? There had never been a personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in this world. The holy monk said that everyone has their own fate. The holy monk is fated with Buddha. So what if he is the disciple of Bodhisattva? You have cultivated Buddhism all your lives, but you are not fated with Buddha. How dare you question others? Ignoring everything else, just slandering the holy monk is enough to make you lose the favor of Bodhisattva. To cultivate Buddhism, you have to cultivate your heart first. Amitabha, Wang Ku advised. The monks' faces stiffened. You are a freaking disciple of the Skywolf sect. Why are you shouting Amitabha? Humph, Wang Ku, no matter how eloquent you are, you can't change the truth. As disciples of Buddhism, we can't stand people slandering Buddhism. Holy monk Jessa, since you say that he is the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, then come out and spar with us. If his Buddhist mastery surpasses ours, we will leave immediately and never come back to cause trouble. The leader of the monks said in a deep voice. Spar? Fight? Wang Ku asked. What's wrong? The leader of the monks glared. Are you kidding me? Do you think the holy monk's Buddhist mastery is for fighting? Humph, if you want to fight, there are plenty of demons out there for you to slay. If you have the strength, go out and do it. Let me tell you, the holy monk has never cultivated any moves for fighting. The holy monk is the disciple of Bodhisattva. He reincarnated into the human world to deliver all living beings from suffering, to save the world from suffering, to appease the vengeful spirits of the world, and to bring peace to the human world. It's not for fighting and killing, it's not for brute strength. Have you monks forgotten the true meaning of Buddha's mercy? Buddhism is for saving the world, not for being the leader of an organization. You bunch of fake monks! Wang Ku immediately reprimanded. In an instant, countless believers looked at the group of monks with unfriendly gazes. You want to fight with the holy monk? Brute strength? Why would the holy monk agree to that? The group of monks glared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku, what did you say? We Buddhists cultivate Buddhist mastery to slay demons and demons. He's a holy monk, how can he not know any Buddhist mastery? How can he be a holy monk? In Buddhism, the higher the mastery of Buddhist mastery, the greater the power. He's a holy monk, how can he not cultivate martial arts? This must be fake. The leader of the monks glared. What are you talking about? You're the fake one. Also, Buddhists? You can represent Buddhists? Wang Ku glared at him. Why can't I? I've been practicing Buddhism since I was 3 years old. I've been slaying demons and demons with Buddhist mastery for 50 years. Even I don't dare to say that I can sense the underworld. How can Jessa say that he can? You're lying, right? Who in this world can communicate with the underworld? The leader of the monks glared. You can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. Besides, what the holy monk cultivates is different from you. You cultivate Hinayana Buddhism, while the holy monk cultivates Mahayana Buddhism. They're not on the same level. Do you know that? Wang Ku glared at him. Hinayana Buddhism? Mahayana Buddhism? The monk was stunned. That's right. You can't even tell the difference between Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism. Why are you still practicing Buddhism? The holy monk is preparing to hold the Boundless Heaven and Earth Expiation Conference using Mahayana Buddhism. If you don't understand, you can learn. You can come and watch when the time comes. It's not the time for expiation yet. Why are you making a fuss here? The holy monk delivers all living beings, expiates the souls of the dead, saves people from suffering, and serves the world. Did I ask you for a penny to do my own thing? I didn't ask you for money, so why are you making a fuss? Did I stop you from swindling money? You're so angry that you want to ruin the expiation conference? Wang Ku glared at him. He. The monk's face turned purple. Obviously, in terms of bragging, no, in terms of reasoning, he was still inferior to Wang Ku by a large margin. Go away. The holy monk doesn't bicker with you, so don't come looking for trouble. Go slay demons and devils, and cultivate your Hinayana Buddhism. The holy monk's Mahayana Buddhism is not on the same system as you. Why are you making a fuss? You don't know Mahayana Buddhism, so why are you yelling? Do you know how much the holy monks suffered to expiate the souls of the dead? You only know how to fight all day long and show off your strength. I really don't know what kind of Buddhism you're practicing. You're just trying to show that you know how to fight and step on the holy monk, right? I can tell you clearly that the holy monk doesn't know how to fight, and it's impossible for him to fight with you. Go back to where you came from." Wang Ku waved his hand. The monk was so infuriated by Wang Ku that his face turned red, and his qi and blood surged as if he had suffered internal injuries. "I'll kill you, you demon. Senior brother, don't be angry. Senior brother, you can't violate the precept of anger." The group of monks immediately pulled him back quickly. In the eyes of the Buddhist believers who came to see him, Wang Ku successfully scolded the group of fake monks away. The believers were full of reverence for the holy monks' Mahayana Buddhism. This also caused the Heaven and Earth Bank to run out of banknotes again. After Wang Ku finished scolding, he returned to the temple with Zhang Jingdao. "Wang Ku, what is Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism? How do you know this?" Zhang Jingdao asked in surprise. "I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense." Wang Ku waved his hand. Zhang Jingdao. After holding it in for a long time, Zhang Jingdao didn't know how to continue this topic. In the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Wang Ku, you really know how to brag. Learn from this. If any other monks come to look for Bujie to debate the scriptures, you can reply them in the same way. Ask them if they know anything about Mahayana Buddhism." Then, he would spit at him. Spit until he started doubting his life, and then everything was fine. Wang Ku drank a mouthful of water and said. Zhang Jingdao was silent for a while. "You're really shameless. Oh right, let's go. We still have to coordinate our statements with that monk Bujie, so that he won't spill the beans." Wang Ku hurriedly rushed towards the main hall. P.S. First update. Chapter 243. Zhou Capital, Devil Suppression Temple. While Wang Ku was quarreling with a bunch of monks, Murong Luguang had already arrived at the Devil Suppression Temple. Murong Luguang was already at the nascent soul realm. How strong was his strength? He silently entered the Devil Suppression Temple without anyone noticing. Murong Luguang was under lust's mental manipulation. It was as though he was hypnotized, forgetting everything in the past. He was only loyal to the lust. Right now, in order to find his master lust, he came here the moment he saw the flyer. With the strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator, wouldn't he be able to enter the Devil Suppression Temple like the wind? While Wang Ku was quarreling with the monks, Murong Luguang had already found Bujie. Bujie was meditating alone in the main hall of the Devil Suppression Temple. At the same time, he was trying to convince himself to accept the fact that he was the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Right at this moment, Murong Luguang rushed into the main hall. "Master, your subordinate has come late. Are you all right?" Murong Luguang anxiously asked as he rushed forward. When he saw Bujie's face clearly, Murong Luguang shuddered in fright as he took 2 steps back. Is this still a human's face?" Murong Luguang exclaimed in shock. Bujie, who was meditating, also sensed that someone had arrived. From the looks of it, this person wasn't Wang Ku's subordinate. His heart sank as he pretended to be asleep. Bujie, who was pretending to be asleep, felt depressed in his heart. "Do you think I want to be disfigured? F***ck, this is all Wang Ku's fault. I've already signed the contract, what can I do?" "Master, it's me. Are you all right?" Murong Luguang probed once more. Bujie continued to pretend to be asleep. Murong Luguang's expression was complicated. He stood up and circled around Bujie. "His figure looks a little like Master. But why did his face become like this? It shouldn't be Master, right?" Murong Luguang fell into deep thought. He wanted to wake Bujie up, but after a moment of silence, he still endured it. Because Murong Luguang sensed that someone was about to enter. Kwang! The door of the main hall was pushed open. "Remember, this monk cultivates the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Don't get it wrong," Wang Ku said solemnly. "But, Mahayana Buddhism, you have to say something, right? What if someone asks?" Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. "How would I know what to say?" Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let's get Bujie to weave the story later. Wang Ke said. Monk Bujie, why did you fall asleep? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. At this moment, Bujie slowly opened his eyes and looked around. What are you looking at? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Where is he? Someone just came in. Bujie frowned. Someone has been here? Wang Ku asked in astonishment. Yes, just a moment ago, someone sneaked in and addressed me as Lord. If I didn't pretend to be asleep, I might have been exposed. Bujie's countenance turned extremely unsightly. Someone came in and addressed you as Lord? Zhang Jingdao asked in astonishment. At this moment, Murong Luguang didn't leave the main hall. Instead, he stood on the roof outside the main hall and used his divine sense to observe the situation. Fake? It's not Jessa. This monk is called Bujie? Why is he impersonating Lord? Murong Luguang asked with an ugly expression. In that case, his trip here was for nothing? And he couldn't find Lord? What should he do? Although depressed, Murong Luguang still looked at the three people in the main hall. After all, it was too strange for them to impersonate Lord. What were they trying to do? At this moment, Wang Ke searched the main hall but didn't find Murong Luguang, who was hiding outside the roof. Alright, it's just the three of us. Some things can be said now. Good, today is a good omen. Wang Ke suddenly laughed. What good omen? I was almost scared to death just now. Bujie said. What do you know? Why did we ask you to impersonate Master Jessa? It's to attract people who are related to Master Jessa. Just now, someone snuck in and addressed you as Lord. This means that the people related to Master Jessa have already noticed our flyer. They have already been attracted to it. That person must have realized that you're not Master Jessa and left. But in the coming days there will be more people coming. Even the person I'm looking for will be attracted to it. Wang Ke said excitedly. Who are you looking for? Bujie asked in confusion. Don't worry about who you're looking for. The next time you see him, don't be afraid. Just call us over. That person addressed you as Lord. He shouldn't be the person I'm looking for. But it might not be the case next time. You must inform us. Wang Ke said seriously. But, Bujie said bitterly. Don't buts. We've already signed a contract. Are you going to break it? Wang Ke glared at him. Bujie! Are you trying to scare me with a contract again? What if someone wants to hurt me? What should I do? Bujie asked worriedly. Don't worry, they won't. We're still waiting outside. This time, Master Jessa's subordinates came. Next time, Master Jessa might come personally. It's also possible. You have to keep an eye on him. Wang Ke said seriously. Jessa? He's coming personally? Bujie said in shock. Of course. We've spent so much effort to attract the attention of Jessa and the people related to him. If Jessa knows that we're impersonating him, won't he come back to investigate? Don't worry, Wang Ke said. But I can't be at ease now. Bujie had a bitter look on his face. Murong Luguang, who was hiding outside the roof, had his eyes lit up. I'm searching for a needle in a haystack. I can't find the Lord at all. This group of people has a good idea. Although they're impersonating the Lord, they can lure him out. I don't have to go anywhere. I just have to wait here and the Lord will appear? Good, good, good. Then I'll wait here. Murong Luguang's eyes flashed with excitement. After that, Murong Luguang stopped listening to Wang Ke's words. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a white cloud in the sky. Whoosh! Murong Luguang turned into a ray of light and shot into the white cloud in the sky. The white cloud covered Murong Luguang's figure. Murong Luguang sat cross-legged in midair, quietly looking at the demon suppression temple. No one knew that Murong Luguang was hiding in the white cloud above the demon suppression temple. Below, in the demon suppression temple. Wang Ke, what if Jessa's enemy comes again? What should I do? Bujie asked worriedly. Yeah. This time, it's Jessa's subordinates. So, Bujie is fine. But it might not be the case next time. Zhang Jingdao said. Then let's set up a trap, Wang Ku said with a frown. Trap? The two of them were confused. Just like the trap in Zhuxian town. We can dig an underground palace, right below the demon suppression temple. At that time, it will be convenient for Bujie to escape. It can also be used as an ambush. You don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to my subordinates, Wang Ku said. Will the trap be useful? Bujie asked worriedly. Why would it be useless? Last time, I used the lightning deity whip to defeat a group of golden core experts in Tong and don't worry. Zhang Jingdao comforted. Alright then. Bujie nodded his head doubtfully. Alright, tell me about the Mahayana Buddhist scripture, Wang Ku said. Zhang Jingdao also described the scene where Wang Ku and the group of monks were quarreling. Mahayana Buddhist scripture? Bujie stared at Wang Ku. Yes. Don't you know some Buddhist scriptures? You can make use of what you know. During this period of time, you can write a Mahayana Buddhist scripture on the spot. I'm guessing that the group of monks won't give up so easily and will come to find trouble with us. At that time, you can use the scripture you wrote on the spot to flame them, Wang Ku said. Scripture I wrote on the spot? Bujie's expression froze. Yes. I don't know anything about Mahayana Buddhist scripture. If I don't write one, how can I brag about it? Wang Ku glared. I'm familiar with the scriptures. If it's an ordinary scripture, I can debate with them. Bujie looked at Wang Ku. How many scriptures can you read? What's the point of bragging to me? You only have one mouth. How many mouths do the other monks have? In a domain that everyone is familiar with, how can you debate with them? You want to descend the dimension. You want to debate with them in a domain that they don't understand. Debate until they start doubting their lives. Do you understand? Wang Ku said. Descend the dimension? But, I don't know anything about the Mahayana Buddhist scripture you are talking about. Bujie's expression turned ugly. That's why I told you to make one up. If you make one up, you will be the original author of the Mahayana Buddhist scripture. You have the right to interpret all scriptures. How can they debate with you? Wang Ku glared. Bujie! Since you don't know how to make one up, let me give you a hint. You can brag about the scenes in hell. What 18 levels of hell? What city of the wronged? What old demon Black Mountain? These things definitely won't be found in ordinary scriptures. But you can use your imagination and come up with a world. Have you read novels before? Just treat it as a story and make it up casually. Wang Ku explained. Bujie! Could it be that you still don't understand? Wang Ku frowned. No, what I mean is that, if they come and debate with me using ordinary scriptures, I might not lose. I'm very confident in my knowledge. Bujie emphasized. Why don't you understand what I'm saying? Forget it, don't brag to me. Just do as I say. If they come and debate with you, you can only brag about the stories in hell. Damn it, I've already told you the trick and you are still so stubborn. If you don't listen to me, you will have to pay the penalty for breaching the contract. Wang Ku glared. Bujie! I've boarded a pirate ship. Not only did I pretend to be a bodhisattva's personal disciple, I even want to make up scriptures on the spot. Damn it, what sin have I committed to sign a contract with you? Monk Bujie, don't feel conflicted. I'm doing this for your own good. I know you know some scriptures, but these can be used as your trump cards. These are all Hinayana Buddhist scriptures. And what you are making up now is Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. At that time, when you brag to others, you can make them dizzy with your Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. After that, you can use Hinayana Buddhist scriptures to give them some pointers. Look, you know both Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and Hinayana Buddhist scriptures. At that time, no one will dare to find trouble with you. You are a holy monk, so you must bring out your knowledge to deal with them. I'm doing this for your own good. Wang Ku persuaded earnestly. That's right, Monk Bujie. Wang Ku is rarely so patient as to teach others how to brag. He's doing this for your own good. Zhang Jingdao nodded in agreement. Bujia! Thank you guys for teaching me how to write Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. P.S. This is the second update, there's still a third. Chapter 244. The flyer was finally out. In a dark hall there were 2 thrones. On the thrones sat 2 people in blood-red robes. Below them stood a group of men and women in blood-red robes. The personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Boundless heaven and earth expiation ceremony? A man on the throne held the flyer and asked. Yes, this monk is called Holy Monk Jessa. The news has spread outside. At the demon-subduing temple in Zhou capital. A man in blood-red robes said respectfully. Jessa. The man on the throne said. Yes, when we went to look for the Lord, no, when we looked for lust heaven, he also called himself Jessa. It seems like he has forgotten who he is? A subordinate said respectfully. Lust, the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? What a joke! The man on the throne said with disdain. You don't believe me? Patriarch Xuepao? The man on the other throne said. Both of them were wrapped in blood-red robes, and their faces could not be seen. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is the legendary bodhisattva in Buddhism. His status has long surpassed the secular world and is at a higher level than immortals. The elites in this world are not even at the immortal level, right? He said he is the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? What a joke! Which Buddhist temple in the world dares to claim such a relationship? Patriarch Xuepao said. Then, this? The blood-robed man on the other throne asked in confusion. Rat King, you don't have to guess. It must be fake. Can he communicate with the netherworld? What a joke, we don't even know where the netherworld is. Hell? Patriarch Xuepao sneered. Let's not care about that, but he called himself Jessa. Rat King said. What's there to care about? The most important thing now is to think of a way to obtain the great Zhou royal family. The Buddhist treasure of the Blood Crossing Temple is hidden in the hands of the great Zhou royal family. Ancestor Xuepao said solemnly. What is the Buddhist treasure? Who has it? Rat King asked. Let's talk about it after we get the Zhou dynasty's Buddhist treasure. Patriarch Xuepao said. Are we just going to ignore the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Rat King asked. What do you think? Patriarch Xuepao said. Of course we have to send someone to take a look. Rat King said solemnly. Oh. Patriarch Xuepao looked at Rat King. Nye Tianba. Rat King said in a low voice. Here. A man walked out from the crowd. It was none other than Nye Tianba. Back then, he and Murong Luguang were captured by the lust and brought here. His fate was different from Murong Luguang's. Murong Luguang was under mental manipulation, but Nye Tianba was not. That was because Nye Tianba was a blood devil. After pledging his loyalty, he was naturally taken in as a lackey. After Lust was killed by the Devil Lord, Nye Tianba immediately sided with the 2 protectors. Are you familiar with Wang Ku? Rat King asked in a low voice. Yes, I know Wang Ku too well. He is a liar. The reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple must be a scam set up by Wang Ku. I can guarantee it. Nye Tianba said angrily. I don't care what scam it is. Since you are my subordinate, you will go with them. Cooperate with them and investigate. Rat King said as he pointed at the 10 blood-robed subordinates. Yes. The 10 blood-robed subordinates said respectfully. Nye Tianba could only say respectfully, yes. Even if the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a liar, he used the name Jessa. He must know something. When you go and investigate, bring him back. Rat King said in a low voice. Yes. The 11 of them said respectfully. Zhou Jing. Although the transcendence ceremony for the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple had not started, it was getting more and more intense. More and more people gathered from all over the world and more doubts were raised. This caused chaos outside the demon-subduing temple. Fortunately, Wang Ku was quite famous among the immortal sections. Some of the immortal sects did not dare to act recklessly. However, the reputation of the demon-subduing temple in the east of Zhoujing had spread to the palace. There was a huge swastika barrier in the palace, which was used by the state preceptor to protect the great Zhou royal family. Only those who had the state preceptor's permission could step into the palace. At this moment, a group of monks came to the palace and asked to see the state preceptor outside a hall. This group of people was none other than the monks who had just been scolded by Wang Ku. They looked gloomy. "State preceptor, we are here to ask for your guidance. Do you know about the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma?" A monk asked gloomily. There was no one in the hall, but the state preceptor's voice could be heard. "Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? Where did you hear that?" The state preceptor's voice could be heard. "It's from the demon-subduing temple." The holy monk there boasted that he was the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. When we went to argue with him, Wang Ku said that we were ignorant. We only know how to fight and kill. We are here to ask the state preceptor, what is the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? A monk said respectfully. The hall was silent for a while. "State preceptor, you are from the Blood Redemption Temple, the #1 Buddhist sect in the 100,000 Mountains. You must know a lot. State preceptor, please enlighten us." The monk asked again. The state preceptor was speechless. Obviously, the state preceptor had never heard of the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. "State preceptor, why don't you step forward and expose this liar? Slandering us Bodhisattva is a heinous crime. We Buddhist disciples know that he is lying, but we can't do anything about it. State preceptor, please help us." "State preceptor, there are more and more believers coming to the east of the city. If this continues, the great Zhou dynasty will only know the holy monk Jessa, but not the state preceptor. State preceptor, please step forward and expose this group of fanatics who are disrupting the order of the Buddhist sects." The state preceptor was silent for a while after hearing the pleas of the monks. "That Master Jessa, other than saying that he is the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, has he done anything harmful to the people?" the state preceptor asked. No. He has never shown himself." It was all Wang Ku's boasting. Wang Ku also sold some paper money. "It should have nothing to do with Jessa, right?" a monk said blankly. "Since he has not done anything harmful to the people, it would be inappropriate for me to step forward and expose him," the state preceptor said. Yes, they are liars. State preceptor is a senior monk of the Blood Crossing Temple. If you step forward, it would be too much for them. However, they have used the name of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to deceive the people. This is disrespectful to the Bodhisattva. State preceptor, please punish them," a monk said. The state preceptor was silent for a while. "Since that is the case, I will ask King Zhou to issue an imperial decree to invite Master Jessa to give a lecture. All of you will go and listen. Verify the authenticity of his Buddhist scriptures. If he is lying to the people, all of you will take the opportunity to expose him." Amitabha, thank you State Preceptor for saving the reputation of the Buddhist sects. The monks bowed respectfully. Zhou Capital, Demon-Subduing Temple. Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao and Bujie stared at an imperial decree. Let Monk Bujie give a sermon? What kind of joke is this? What kind of decree did the king of Great Zhou give? Doesn't he have the state preceptor beside him? And he wants Bujie to give a lecture? Zhang Jingdao said in shock. This is directed at us. They can't afford to play this game. They went to complain. Wang Ku said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? Once we give a lecture, those people outside will definitely pick on us. The moment Bujie opens his mouth, we will be exposed. Zhang Jingdao said worriedly. I will give a lecture. I am very good at it. Bujie said. We are talking about serious matters. Don't mess around. If you are exposed, all our efforts will be wasted. At the very least, we should wait until the person I am looking for arrives. Wang Ke glared. Bujie! What do we do now? Zhang Jingdao asked. There's no other way. Since the king of Great Zhou has already issued an imperial decree, what else can we do? This is Zhou capital. Unless we don't want to stay here anymore. However, the flyers have already been sent out. It's too late to move now. Wang Ke frowned. Will there be any problems with Bujie's lecture? Zhang Jingdao looked at Bujie. Wang Ke fell silent for a moment. He then turned to look at Bujie. About the Mahayana scriptures I told you about before, how's your progress? Bujie! Don't tell me you haven't finished them yet? Wang Ke glared. Randomly fabricating scriptures will cause you to suffer retribution, Bujie said with a strange expression. Suffer what retribution? I just asked you to use the scriptures to recite some stories. You will suffer retribution too? Forget it, it's too late now. You can just continue with the story of the 18 levels of hell. In any case, they won't know about it. Wang Ke frowned. Bujie fell silent for a moment. Actually, I know a lot of scriptures. I can recite some other things. Bullshit. There are a bunch of monks out there looking for trouble with you every day. You only have one mouth. They have 100 mouths. How can you win against them? How many times have I told you about this? Why don't you understand? If you really can't recite it, you can just brag. No, you can just recite your memories. Recite the things you saw in the netherworld. Recite how pitiful the ghosts in the netherworld were. Recite how cruel the tortures in the 18 levels of hell were. You just have to make everyone feel as if they were there. Just treat it as you recite a ghost story and recite it to them. Wang Ke said in a low voice. I've never been to the netherworld or the 18 levels of hell. Bujie's expression turned ugly. Who asked you to really go there? Why don't you understand? Brag, use the scriptures style to bullshit. Who would be able to find fault with you? Wang Ke glared. Bujie! Don't give me any trouble. If you dare to mess around, I will have to cancel the contract. You won't be able to afford it. Wang Ke threatened. Bujie! Don't worry, you will be in charge of reciting ghost stories. No, you will recite the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. I will be right beside you. If you can't continue, I can help you fill in the gap. In any case, no one has heard of our Mahayana Buddhist scriptures before. Back then when I recruited you, I saw that you were quite good at bragging. Look at how shameless you are. Why are you so timid now? Wang Ke consoled. Bujie's face twitched. You aren't recruiting a holy monk at all. You are clearly recruiting a scammer, right? Fine, fine. I will give it a try. Bujie had a bitter look on his face. Fine, let's do it like this then. 3 days later, in the Devil Suppression Temple, the holy monk will be conducting a lecture on the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. Everyone is welcome to come and listen. Wang Ke instantly set the date. 3 days later? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Of course. In these 3 days, we will be going through a pair of Mahayana Buddhist scriptures together with Bujie. We will be perfecting the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. Also, we will have to prepare some short stories, chicken soup for the soul and the like. Wang Ke said solemnly. Zhang Jingdao. Bujie. Are you serious? Mahayana Buddhist scriptures? Making them up on the spot? P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 245. 3 days later, the reincarnation of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple would give a sermon on Mahayana Buddhism. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a whirlwind in Zhoujing. During this period of time, the citizens of Zhoujing had heard a lot of bragging on the flyers. Some people believed it, but the majority did not. This was because the holy monk had never shown himself. Now that he had finally shown up, whether they believed it or not, they were full of curiosity and wanted to hear what Mahayana Buddhism was. Outside the demon-subduing temple, the monks from various temples who had been scolding the holy monk for being a fraud finally found an opportunity. They rubbed their palms together and prepared to expose the fraud in 3 days to restore peace to the Buddhist sections. The next day, in a newly built inn not far from the demon-subduing temple, Nye Tianba and the 10 red-robed men stared in the direction of the demon-subduing temple. 2 days later, the holy monk is going to give a sermon? One of the red-robed men said in a deep voice. Give a sermon? Give a sermon then. Why did you gather so many disciples from the immortal sects? Another red-robed man frowned. I've found out that Wang Ku is afraid that something will happen if he gives a sermon, so he invited the disciples of the orthodox sects around Zhoujing to help guard it for a few days. Nye Tianba explained. Are the disciples of the orthodox sects around Zhoujing crazy? Why do they listen to Wang Ku? One of the red-robed men said uncomfortably. I found out that Wang Ku gave each of them an insurance policy worth 5,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Nye Tianba explained. 5,000 kilograms of spirit stones? There are 20 golden core cultivators. That's 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones? Wang Ku is really generous. One of the red-robed men said in surprise. Nye Tianba's face stiffened. It's not 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones. It's an insurance policy worth 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones. In fact, Wang Ku didn't pay a single cent. He only paid 20 pieces of paper. The red-robed men were stunned. Only 20 pieces of paper? They are all crazy. One of the red-robed men said in shock. The red-robed men had been in the Blood Lotus Cave for the past 6 months and did not know much about the outside world. As a result, they did not know that insurance policies had become hard currency in the 100,000 mountains. What should we do now? With a group of righteous disciples guarding the demon-suppressing temple, how are we going to capture the holy monk? How are we going to explain this to the Rat King? A crimson-robed man asked in a deep voice. Why don't we wait for the storm to blow over before we capture the holy monk? Nye Tianba suggested. Bullshit. What kind of rotten idea is that? One of the blood-robed men said disdainfully. Nye Tianba's face stiffened. No, that Wang Ku is very dangerous. I've already lost to him a few times. You are you, and we are us. You're useless, but don't make us look useless as well, all right? One of the crimson-robed men glared at him. Exactly. You're only at the first level of the Golden Core realm, and you have the nerve to tell us what to do. You've just reached the Golden Core realm, haven't you? You're still too inexperienced. Wait, what do you know? Many things will change as time goes on. What if the holy monk runs away? How can we reason with him? The group of crimson-robed figures scolded Nye Tianba, and Nye Tianba didn't know what to say for a long time. I have an idea. Why don't we dig a tunnel? It just so happens that the Rat King's subordinates are all good at digging tunnels. That's a good idea. We'll appear under the demon-suppressing temple without anyone noticing. Then, we'll snatch the holy monk and run away? Good idea. I heard that the holy monk lives in the main hall of the demon-suppressing temple every day. We just need to dig there. The crimson-robed figures became more and more excited as they talked. Nye Tianba's face changed. No, you don't know. There was a guy called Tong Anan who dug a tunnel to deal with Wang Ku, but he failed. The crimson-robed figures looked at Nye Tianba. Are you crazy? We're not going to deal with Wang Ku. That's right, we're going to capture the holy monk. What Tong Anan? It's none of our business. As long as you don't tell on them, they won't know about our plan. That's right, that's right. Our plan is flawless. If something goes wrong, there's only one possibility, and that's you. The crimson-robed figures scolded Nye Tianba. Nye Tianba! Did I follow you guys here to be bullied? Why are you blaming me for everything? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The holy monk opened the altar and preached about the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. Many citizens of Zhoujing came to watch, and many disciples of the immortal sects stationed in Zhoujing came to listen. Similarly, Many monks who wanted to find fault with the holy monk were rubbing their fists and palms, waiting for the holy monk to preach so that they could find fault with him and remove him from the altar, returning peace to Buddhism. Separated by a wall, Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, and Bujia listened to the commotion outside and fell silent. Wang Ku, there are so many people here. Do you really want me to preach that thing? Bujia looked at Wang Ku worriedly. Nonsense. We've been practicing for 3 days and it's about to start. Are you going to quit? What do you mean by that thing? It's called the Mahayana Dharma. Wang Ku glared at him. No, it's all made up by us. I have a ready-made Buddhist scripture with me. I can preach it very well. Bujia persuaded. Wang Ku glared at him. We're talking about the Mahayana Dharma. What's the use of your Hinayana Dharma? Bujia. All right, let's proceed according to the plan. Don't make any mistakes. Go sit on the praying mat and we'll start the preaching soon. Wang Ku glared at Bujia. Bujia's face stiffened for a moment. Eventually, he sighed softly and returned to the devil-suppressing temple. Zhang Jingdao, go to the underground secret chamber and use the lightning deity whip as a precaution, Wang Ku said in a low voice. Why? During the preaching of the Buddhist scripture, under the watchful eyes of everyone, would someone sneak attack Bujia? Zhang Jingdao asked in astonishment. Who knows? What if someone isn't interested in the Mahayana Dharma? You have to know that among the believers of religions, there would often be fanatics. At that time, if Bujia were to be sneak attacked, we'd have to be on guard. Wang Ku explained. Fine. However, I feel that you're playing a little too big this time. Don't go overboard. Zhang Jingdao nodded his head in confusion. Don't worry, I won't. Wang Ku shook his head. Zhang Jingdao fell silent for a moment. In the end, he didn't say anything. He stepped through the mechanism at the side and arrived at the underground chamber beneath the devil-suppressing temple. The underground chamber was exactly the same as the one in Vermilion Immortal Town. It was pitch black. Zhang Jingdao spread out the lightning deity whip and waited patiently. The soundproofing of the underground chamber wasn't very good. Zhang Jingdao just happened to be sitting in a corner of the underground chamber, waiting to hear Wang Ku's boasting. In the devil-suppressing temple above, Wang Ku said solemnly to Bujia, Holy monk, shall we begin? Bujia sat on the praying mat. His face twitched as he nodded his head. Wang Ku stepped out of the main hall of the devil-suppressing temple and spoke, Holy monk's decree, I'll be opening the altar and preaching the scriptures. Those who wish to listen are allowed to enter. Wang Ku spoke. Instantly, the disciples of the Wang clan opened the door. In an instant, the monks and commoners outside rushed in. Very quickly, the main hall of the devil-suppressing temple was filled with people. This wasn't the end of it. Because they were already allowed to enter, the walls were already filled with people. All of them stared fixedly at the dark main hall. Although it was daytime, the main hall was still dark. One could vaguely see a monk sitting under the Buddha statue. That monk sat there quietly like a statue. Holy monk? Aren't you going to open the altar and preach the scriptures? Why are you sitting in the main hall and not coming out? A monk coldly mocked. Sounds of mocking echoed in the surroundings. Shut up! Wang Ku glared and roared. This roar caused everyone to fall silent. All of them stared at Wang Ku in shock. What are you shouting for? Can't you tell? To think that you're a Buddhist cultivator. Don't you know what the holy monk is doing? Wang Ku glared and said angrily. What is the holy monk doing? Isn't he going to open the altar and preach the scriptures? The monk mocked. The holy monk is talking to the netherworld's ghost soldiers. He's pleading for mercy for the ghosts who died unjustly. Wang Ku explained. All the monks. Keep bragging. Communicating with the netherworld? He's just a mortal? How could a mortal without any cultivation be able to communicate with the underworld? Do you think that the holy monk is as free as you all? Every day, the holy monk has to use the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma to collect countless wraiths who died unjustly. He also has to communicate with the netherworld's hell and plead with the hell's judge. How can he have the time to deal with you all every day? Only you all would cause a ruckus every day, forcing Zhou Wang to issue a decree to force the holy monk to prove himself. Otherwise, how can he have the time to preach the scriptures to you all? Wang Ku snorted coldly. Wang Ku, are you still trying to lie to us? At this point, who can you lie to? Mahayana Buddhist Dharma? We're here today to listen to the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. If you can't convince us, we'll smash this demon-subduing temple to prevent the name of the Bodhisattva from being tarnished. The monk glared angrily. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't want to listen, then scram. What are you shouting for? Are you the one preaching the scriptures, or are you the holy monk? Wang Ku glared at the monk. The monk? Weren't you the one who started the nonsense? Fine, we won't talk. We'll listen to the holy monk's Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. However, we have the ability to debate the scriptures. If the holy monk's words are false, we won't be polite to you all. The monk said coldly. That's right, we'll wait for your Mahayana Buddhist Dharma to debate with the holy monk. We'll let the people here know what a liar is. The group of monks said coldly. Amit Ba. Inside the main hall of the demon-subduing temple, Monk Bujie suddenly spoke. In an instant, the crowd quietened down. Many people looked at the main hall with suspicion, wanting to hear what the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma was. In the netherworld, there is a place to imprison evil spirit. It's called the 18 levels of hell. It imprisons evil spirits that enter the netherworld. Once they enter the 18 levels of hell, it's impossible for them to reincarnate. The first level is the hell of tongue ripping. Anyone who sows discord, slander others, has a glib tongue, and lies will be banished to the hell of tongue ripping. The little ghost pries open the mouth of the person, clamping the tongue with a pair of pliers and pulling it out. It's not pulling it out in one go, but pulling it out slowly. Monk Bujie said. The moment he opened his mouth, all the monks who came looking for trouble were dumbfounded. F***ck, we just want to debate the scriptures with you. Why are you threatening us the moment you come? You're saying that we're sowing discord, arguing with others, and should be banished to the hell of tongue ripping? Are you trying to shut us up? Do you want us to debate the scriptures or not? We debate the scriptures, you call that arguing with others? We expose you to the people, you call that sowing discord? We should be banished to the hell of tongue ripping? It's fine if you want to say it, but why do you have to go into such detail? You're making our hair stand on end. Many disciples of the immortal sex stared at the holy monk in the demon-subduing temple with their eyes wide open. This holy monk was a ruthless character. He hadn't shown his face for the past few days, nor had he opened his mouth. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was ruthless. Whoever debates the scriptures with him would be banished to the hell of tongue ripping. Too ruthless. P.S. I forgot to mention it yesterday. Today I'll continue to explode. Guanxi has been going all out recently. First update. Chapter 246. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of scripture preaching before. After all, there had been accomplished monks from the immortal sex who had come to preach scriptures before, but they had never preached like this. In the past, the accomplished monks would mostly preach about compassion and peace. They would talk about how to resolve the hardships in one's heart, how to save the world, how to guide people to do good, and how to cleanse the soul. What was he talking about? Was he bringing everyone to the 18th level of hell? This isn't a Buddhist scripture at all, someone said with an ugly expression. Silence. The holy monk is preaching Mahayana Buddhism, not the Hinayana Buddhism that you've heard before. Mahayana Buddhist Dharma is practical, while Hinayana Buddhist Dharma like yours is all empty. Learn it well. Wang Ku immediately defended. Mahayana Buddhism? The monk's expressions froze. Was he bullying them for not knowing scriptures? Scripture preaching is not like that. Is he telling stories? A monk said with a glare. You preaching scriptures are confused and don't know what you're talking about. The holy monk's preaching of scriptures is not for your liking, but for the common people to understand. Only things that everyone can understand can be accepted by all. Buddha said that all living beings are equal. It's Mahayana Buddhism. Wang Ku explained with a glare. The group of monks. Buddha said that all living beings were equal. Was he trying to make it clear? Was he trying to make all living beings understand? Even if you don't know Mahayana Buddhism, you should know Buddhist etiquette, right? Even if you don't know Buddhist etiquette, you should at least know some basic respect, right? When the holy monk is speaking, can you be quiet and wait for him to finish before asking questions? The holy monk doesn't have the time to preach scriptures to begin with. You're the one who begged the holy monk to preach scriptures. Now that the holy monk is preaching to you, why do you keep interrupting the holy monk? Don't you have any manners? Can't you wait for him to speak? Wait for him to finish before asking questions? There will be plenty of time for you to speak later. Wang Ku glared at the monks who were about to explode. The monks' faces darkened. Damn it, you're the one who's talking nonsense. Can't we point it out? That's right, that's right. Wait for the holy monk to finish his preaching before asking questions. You don't know the rules at all. How dare you bewitch us to tear down the holy monk's stage? You have a problem with your own character, and you still have the face to question others? The holy monk is right. Such a shameless person should be sent to the hell of tongue-ripping. The support arranged by Wang Ku at the back represented the common people in a heated discussion. Immediately, the faces of the monks who were about to make a fuss flushed red. They looked at each other and quieted down. Wasn't it just waiting? Let's wait then. A group of monks were listening to the holy monk preaching in the main hall of the demon-suppressing temple. The holy monk was sweating profusely as well. What the F***ck, Wang Ku, that bastard? What the F***ck is he making me talk about? The 18 levels of hell were explained one by one. As it was very straightforward, ordinary monks could not understand it. However, the commoners listened with great interest. After all, it was quite rare for them to be able to understand scriptures. Each level of hell was more terrifying than the one before. Buddha's eloquence wasn't bad as well. His narration of these ghost stories caused the hairs of the listeners to stand on end. So, hell was actually so terrifying. The 18 levels of hell were even more horrifying. The commoners felt as though they were looking at the 18 levels of hell. It was so eerie and terrifying. Many of them were tugging at the sleeves of the people beside them as their hearts were filled with fear. The stories of the 18 levels of hell were not just horror stories. At the same time, they were also meant to guide people to do good. For example, each level of hell had its own meaning to deal with certain bad people. It was to persuade people not to do bad things. Even the monks would not be interested in such things. What the hell were you talking about? However, the commoners were filled with respect, because everyone understood. So, those who do bad things will be sent to the 18 levels of hell. So, those who bully the weak, slander the weak, steal other people's property and wives will be sent to the hell of frying pan. Good, this is good. The villager king should be sent to the hell of frying pan. Good, that bastard old man Shen will be sent to the hell of sword mountain. Good, good. Evil will be repaid with evil. This is great. That unfilial son next door disobeyed his parent. His parents worked hard to bring him up. Now that he's old, he has to suffer so much. Good, he deserves it. That unfilial son should be sent to the hell of Blood Lake. Countless kind-hearted commoners clapped their hands and cheered. At the same time, they looked at the holy monk as though he was a god who was upholding justice for the world. The holy monk is indeed the holy monk. The scriptures he preaches are so good. Isn't that so? Isn't it direct? Evil will be repaid with evil. So they will be sent to hell. In the past, the other monks were so confused. I don't know what they're talking about. That's right, that's right. The fiercest monk in front tells us every day that if we take a step back, everything will be fine. Bullsh *t. Are we just going to let evil people do evil? Why don't you punish the evil people and let us, the good people, be bullied every day? Look at the holy monk. His words are so good. It's not that they won't get their revenge. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When they go to hell, there are plenty of ghosts to deal with them. Under the influence of Wang Ku's arrangements, the commoners no longer looked at the holy monk with suspicion. Instead, they looked at him with respect. This made the monks who were looking for trouble look terrible. You ignorant commoners, what do you know? He's not talking about scriptures at all. Bear with it, bear with it. When he's done, we'll scold him again. Bah. I'll tell you what I've seen in the 18 levels of hell. I hope you'll take care of yourselves. The holy monk closed with his palms together. When he finally finished, the monks couldn't hold it in any longer. Holy monk, were you preaching just now? Do you know what a Buddhist scripture is? Are you trying to fool us with this? A monk was the first to jump out and reprimand him. The holy monk didn't speak. Wang Ku, who was at the door, was the first to speak. Master, we understand that you doubt the holy monk's heart. But before we ask, can you tell us if you know anything about Mahayana Buddhism? The monk's face stiffened. You don't know anything about Mahayana Buddhism. How can you doubt the master's Mahayana Buddhism? Wang Ku asked curiously. The monk. Damn, they're back to this topic again. What lousy Mahayana Buddhism? The people below nodded in agreement. That's right. The holy monk is preaching about Mahayana Buddhism, not the Hinayana Buddhism you usually learn. You don't know anything about it and you're questioning it? How shameless! The holy monk didn't preach about your Hinayana Buddhism. Why are you questioning him with Hinayana Buddhism? If you don't know, then learn. You've been shouting for so long. I don't know what you're shouting about. The monk's face stiffened as the people pointed at him. He didn't know what to say for a long time. We're here to debate with you. You say I don't know anything about Mahayana Buddhism. How am I supposed to debate with you? There's no such thing as Mahayana Buddhism or Hinayana Buddhism in this world. You're just spouting nonsense. Another monk said in a deep voice. How do you know there's no such thing as Mahayana Buddhism or Hinayana Buddhism? Did Buddha tell you that? Wang Ku looked at the monk. The monk. If you don't know, then learn with an open mind. Don't doubt someone else's expertise with your ignorance. Wang Ku scolded. The monk. Is there anyone else who knows Mahayana Buddhism? If you want to ask questions using Mahayana Buddhism, you can come out and ask. It's rare that the holy monk has time to answer your questions. Please speak. Wang Ku said again. All the monks. How do we ask? We've never heard of Mahayana Buddhism. How do we ask? The final explanation of Mahayana Buddhism is in your hands. No matter what we ask, you can say that we're wrong. How do we ask? Look, there's no one who knows anything. You're still stirring up trouble with the people. Let me give you a word of advice. Read more books. If you don't have knowledge, don't debate with others. You've wasted so much of the holy monk's time. You've delayed the release of so many wraiths who died in vain. You guys. Sigh. Wang Ku sighed with a face full of disappointment. The monks could only stare at him helplessly. Damn, this kind of attack was the most fatal. They didn't even know how to retaliate. We know you're talking nonsense, but the format of the questions is in your hands. What do you want us to do? How sad. This was also the first time the monks felt so helpless. Most importantly, the holy monk's preaching had won the sympathy of the people. All of them were standing on the holy monk's side. The monks were prepared to use 100 mouths to argue with the holy monk's single mouth. No to debate. However, with 10,000 commoners standing on the holy monk's side, who would be able to win against him in debate? For a time, the entrance of the Devil Suppression Temple fell into an awkward silence. In the Devil Suppression Temple, Bujie stared in bewilderment at Wang Ku, who was outside. Did your dimensional suppression really work? Why, my 18 levels of hell were clearly made up by us in the past 3 days. Why couldn't anyone see through it? Alright, I can see everyone's expression as if they've been baptized. If everyone is convinced by the holy monks' Mahayana Buddhism, we'll stop here for today. Wang Ku wanted to chase them away. The monks stared at him. Who was convinced? Who had been baptized? Damn, we just don't know how to deal with your shameless acts. Aren't you guys a little too shameless? Heh, I don't understand your Mahayana Buddhism, and I don't know if what holy monk said is true or false. However, I've heard that holy monk can communicate with the netherworld. Why don't holy monk communicate with the netherworld in front of all of us and broaden our horizons? If you can communicate with the netherworld, all of us will be convinced. How about it? A hoarse voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a black-robed man standing among the commoners. Although they couldn't see his face clearly, he had hit the nail on the head and interrogated Wang Ku and the holy monk. Wang Ku's brows twitched. A tough guy came? The eyes of the monks lit up. That's right, weren't you bragging about being able to communicate with the netherworld? Then, come on, if you can communicate with the netherworld, we'll acknowledge your Mahayana Buddhism. If you can't, then it's all bullshit. That's right, holy monk, please bring us to communicate with the netherworld and prove your Mahayana Buddhism, prove your 18 levels of hell. A monk spoke. Holy monk, please communicate with the netherworld. All the monks shouted. P.S. Second update. There's a third update. Chapter 247. In a hall. Cough cough. Elder Tianjin of the Golden Crow sect coughed as he walked out of the hall. After more than 2 months of treatment, Tianjin's arm and shoulder that were cut off by Devil Lord had been reattached. However, even though he had been reattached, his injuries had not fully recovered. Elder, are you fully recovered? One of his subordinates asked. I still need some time to recuperate. By the way, how is sect leader? Tianjin asked. He did not know what happened to Zi Chongshan when Devil Lord was chasing after him. Sect leader? He's still in seclusion and hasn't come out yet. The subordinate said respectfully. Tianjin's expression changed. Sect leader's injuries are not light this time. Elder, now that the Great Qing dynasty has settled down, we have been keeping an eye on it. Wang Ku has left the Great Qing dynasty. Are you still going to target the Great Qing dynasty? The subordinate asked. Continue to target the Great Qing dynasty? Tianjin's expression froze. How? Even the demon Venerable had appeared. Although he was unlucky to have bumped into him, he was still the demon Venerable. If the Devil Lord did not appear, he would be disrespecting Wang Ku if he went to the Great Qing dynasty. Now that the Devil Lord had appeared, wouldn't he be provoking the Devil Lord if he went to the Great Qing dynasty? If he went to the Great Qing dynasty now, he would be targeted by the Devil Lord. Would he be courting death? Forget it. Don't worry about the Great Qing dynasty. Leave it to sect leader. Tianjin's face twitched. Yes. Elder, you said that Wang Ku is a demon. Do you still want to capture him and interrogate him? The subordinate asked. Tianjin's expression darkened. Why did he want to capture Wang Ku? It was because he had identified Wang Ku as an evil demon and had taken the lightning deity whip. He could hand over the lightning deity whip for the sake of the act tough king. At the same time, he could subdue Wang Ku and make him serve him as his informant. However, he did not expect so many things to happen. There's no need to capture Wang Ku for now, but I must get the lightning whip back. Wang Ku left the Great Qing dynasty and returned to the Heavenly Wolf sect? Tianjin asked. No, according to the news we just received, he went to the Great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, he is currently following beside a monk, protecting that monk. The subordinate said. Monk? Could it be the lust from the demon-suppressing temple that sect master blew up? Tianjin's expression changed. After all, Tianjun had failed to capture Wang Ku in the demon-subduing temple and was punched by Gong Wei. Lust had turned into a monk for no reason. I don't know. However, there is also a demon suppression temple in the Great Zhou dynasty. Wang Ku is in that demon suppression temple. He is guarding a holy monk called Jiesa, the subordinate said respectfully. Jiesa, the holy monk? Tianjun asked in confusion. That's right. According to the rumors, the holy monk is the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who reincarnated into the human world. He was preparing to hold a boundless heaven and earth expiation ceremony in the Great Zhou dynasty. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that many monks went there to question it. The subordinate said. The personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Tianjun was taken aback. Clearly, Tianjun had heard of the legendary Bodhisattva. However, it was a little ridiculous for a Bodhisattva's personal disciple to be reincarnated. Yes, that's what they said. They also said that the holy monk can communicate with the netherworld. He can communicate directly with the gods of the netherworld. The subordinate explained. The confusion in Tianjun's eyes did not subside for a long time. What was Wang Ku up to this time? The netherworld? Did it really exist? I don't care. I don't care what they are up to as long as Wang Ku is around. I have to go and take a look. Tianjun took a deep breath and said. Tianjun had been longing for the lightning whip. The previous few times, he could only blame it on his bad luck. Every time, he had underestimated Wang Ku. He had been too high profile and had fallen for it. This time, Tianjun planned to keep a low profile. When Tianjun arrived at the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, the holy monk was giving a sermon. Tianjun kept a low profile and did not expose his identity. He wore a black robe and followed the crowd into the hall. Soon, he saw Wang Ku and the holy monk in the hall. Is this holy monk a lust? Tianjun looked worried. After all, he had fallen for it a few times and was afraid of it. Damn it, don't get it wrong again. Others might not be able to see what was inside, but Tianjun was in the nascent soul realm. He could roughly see it with his divine perception. Is this still a human face? Tianjun's expression suddenly changed. In the dark hall, the holy monk's face was covered in pimples. There were so many pimples that they covered his entire face. It was no wonder that Tianjun was frightened. The more this happened, the more Tianjun was shocked. Tianjun suppressed the shock in his heart and remained calm. Let's wait and see. Don't get it wrong again. Tianjun listened to the holy monk talk about the 18 levels of hell with a group of monks. Tianjun's face kept twitching. What is he talking about? Is he telling ghost stories? However, no matter how much nonsense the holy monk spouted, there was nothing the monks could do about it. That was because Wang Ku was too good at spouting nonsense. He had clearly set up a trap. The monks could only stare at him helplessly. Tianjun could not stand it when he saw that Wang Ku was so smug that he was about to overwhelm everyone. On one hand, Tianjun could not bear to see Wang Ku being smug. On the other hand, Tianjun wanted to test if the holy monk was real. I don't understand your Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, nor do I know if the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma you're talking about is real or not. However, I've heard that you can communicate with the netherworld. Why don't you do it in front of all of us and broaden our horizons? If you can communicate with the netherworld, we'll be convinced. What do you think? Tianjun sneered. That's right. Holy monk, please bring us to communicate with the netherworld to prove your Mahayana Buddhist Dharma and the 18 levels of hell. A monk said. Holy monk, please communicate with the netherworld. All of the monks shouted. The group of monks shouted excitedly, causing Wang Ku's face to darken. Communicate with the netherworld? What a joke. We don't have that ability. Your Excellency in the black robe, do you think that the gates of the netherworld can be opened and entered as you please? Do you know how much lifespan the holy monk will lose if he opens the gates of the netherworld? Do you know what kind of disaster will happen if the gates of the netherworld are opened? Can you bear it? Wang Ku scolded. Everyone was speechless. How would we know? However, if you don't agree, we won't agree. Humph, what's the point of saying so much? If you don't open it, we won't acknowledge the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. That's right. If you open the gates of the netherworld, we'll acknowledge the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma and the holy monk as the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. How can we believe it if we don't see it? Open the gates of the netherworld. Let us see. The group of monks immediately shouted in an aggressive manner. Wang Ku's face darkened as he glared at the black-robed man. Isn't this creating a problem for us? Amitabha, there are countless evil spirits imprisoned in the netherworld. Once the gates are opened, the evil spirits will rush into the human world, and it will be a catastrophe. The holy monk in the hall echoed Wang Ku's words. That's right. Open the gates of the netherworld? How did you come up with such a stupid idea? Are you still an enlightened monk? Don't you have the compassion of a Buddhist disciple? Do you want the human world to be filled with evil spirits? Do you want the common people to suffer a catastrophe? Wang Ku scolded. The monks were speechless. Also, that black-robed man, don't you dare to take off your hat? Don't you dare to let others see your face? Humph, you're the evil spirit that escaped from the netherworld and wants to bring chaos to the human world. Wang Ku glared. Tianjin was speechless. Everyone, it's not that the holy monk can't open the gates. It's just that once the gates are opened, there will be endless trouble. Zhou Jing has just been attacked by demons. Do you still want to see evil spirits roaming at night? Wang Ku said earnestly. No. If the evil spirits in the 18 levels of hell are released, it will be terrible. Some of the people in the crowd shook their heads. The monks' faces turned ugly. Is it so difficult to open the gates of hell? Wang Ku, you're lying to us. That's right. Spreading rumors that he's a disciple of Bodhisattva? What Mahayana Buddhism? It's all fake. If you don't open the gates of hell, we won't believe it. We won't believe it. Holy monk? It must be fake. If you don't open the gates of hell and prove your innocence, we'll smash your demon-subduing temple. That's right. If you don't prove it, we'll smash your demon-subduing temple. The monks were agitated. Obviously, they were too aggrieved by Wang Ku and were about to explode. How dare you? What do you think this is? Do you think the demon-subduing temple is a place for you to mess around? Brothers! Wang Ku shouted. Phew! Instantly, the disciples of the immortal sects that Wang Ku had hired with insurance all stood out and stood in front of the monks. Wang Ku had already expected this to happen. Are they here to cause trouble? What a joke! Do you think I gave all those insurance policies away for free? Isn't it just a fight? After a fight, it'll be over. Then, everyone can go home. Wang Ku was fearless, and the monks were furious. The black-robed man who had spoken earlier suddenly released a terrifying aura that rushed toward the disciples of the immortal sects that Wang Ku had hired. What? Nascent soul realm? The disciples of the immortal sects exclaimed. Nascent soul realm? Wang Ku's expression changed. I'm just organizing a performance. How did I attract a nascent soul realm cultivator? Everyone's gaze was focused on the black-robed man, who slowly lifted his hood. Tianjin? Wang Ku exclaimed. It's me. Wang Ku, you didn't expect this, did you? Tianjin sneered. Why are you here again? Wang Ku's expression changed as he said gloomily. Tianjin has recovered from his injuries? Is he here to cause trouble for me again? Why are you so free? I'm here to cause trouble, but I've heard so much from you. Now, it's time for me to broaden my horizons. What exactly is the netherworld like? Also, monks, I've had enough of your slander. Aren't you holy monks? Then open the gates of hell. Tianjin sneered. Tianjin's goal was to expose Wang Ku in front of everyone. So be it. As long as he exposed Wang Ku, nothing else mattered. By then, the crowd would be agitated and no one would stop him from capturing Wang Ku. The moment Tianjin, a nascent soul realm cultivator, appeared, the situation changed. The disciples of the immortal sects invited by Wang Ku hesitated. Holy monk, open the gates of hell. Tianjin looked coldly into the hall. At the same time, Tianjin was also wary of the holy monk to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Ba. Once the gates of hell are opened, the consequences will be unimaginable. The holy monk braced himself and explained. It's all right. I'll bear any responsibility. Now open it. Tianjin glared. The aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator erupted, making everyone feel oppressed. The hall fell into silence. The holy monk did not say anything. Wang Ku knew that the holy monk must be at a loss for what to do. That was indeed the case. Monk Bujie kept looking at Wang Ku. He wanted to ask, how are we going to act now? See, didn't I say that we're screwed up? However, the holy monk's silence seemed to be opening the gates of hell in the eyes of the commoners. After a period of silence, Tianjin was certain that the holy monk was a fake. Holy monk, you haven't said anything for a long time. Have you opened the gates of hell? Tianjin sneered sarcastically. Just as Tianjin finished speaking and the monks were about to fly into a rage, a scream came from underground. Ah! Everyone who heard the mournful screams suddenly felt their hair stand on end. What? Where did the scream come from? It seems to be coming from underground? It can't be. Why would there be a scream from underground? The commoners were instantly horrified. Ah! Let me go! My tongue! No! My hand exploded! Ouch! Save me! Someone save me! I don't want to die. Help! Spare me, it hurts! I'm going to kill you! I want you dead! The shrill screams kept coming from underground. They got louder and louder, sending chills down everyone's spines. The gates of hell have opened? A monk asked blankly. The voices of the evil spirits from hell? Another commoner exclaimed. It's coming from underground. That's right. It's the voices of hell. 18 levels of hell? Did the holy monk really open the gates of hell? No. Don't let the evil spirits out. The commoners around the demon-subduing temple screamed in fear. When the monks heard the shrill screams coming from underground, they were all stunned. How did this happen? Did the holy monk really open the gates of hell? Otherwise, why would there be such shrill screams coming from underground? Wang Ku was also stunned. What's going on? Wang Ku looked at the holy monk. Did you really open the gates of hell? The holy monk was also stunned. I didn't know. Why would there be such shrill screams coming from underground? Could it be that evil spirits are really crawling out from hell? The situation around the demon-subduing temple instantly went out of control. P.S. This is the end of the third watch. There's nothing else to say. Let's continue tomorrow. Chapter 248. The holy monk was giving a sermon. Amidst the sea of onlookers, Nye Tianba and the 10 blood-robed figures quietly burrowed into the ground. Everyone, where are we going? Nye Tianba asked with an ugly expression. Just now, a few rat demons reported that the tunnel has been dug to the bottom of the demon-subduing temple. They even found an underground palace. One of the blood-robed figures said. So what? Nye Tianba was puzzled. Is there something wrong with your head? Can't you see? The blood-robed figure glared. What do you mean? Nye Tianba was puzzled. The personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Who would believe such words? It's not like you didn't see how many monks came today. Those monks are going to expose the holy monk in front of everyone. The holy monk is going to be exposed. The blood-robed figure said. Exposed. He'll definitely be exposed. When the time comes, a group of Buddhist disciples will definitely destroy the demon-subduing temple to restore peace to Buddhism. The holy monk is going to be in big trouble. The blood-robed figure said. But, can't you see it? The holy monk knows that he's a fake, and there's a risk of being exposed. That's why he doesn't dare to leave the demon-subduing temple when he's giving a sermon. He's afraid that he'll be beaten up if he comes out. It'll be best if he can fool them. If he can't, what will happen if he can't fool them? He'll run away, of course. But with so many monks surrounding him, how can he escape? There's only one way. Nobody will know. Hide in the underground palace under the demon-subduing temple? Nie Tianba's eyes lit up. That's right. That's why we'll wait in the underground palace. When the holy monk enters the underground palace, we'll snatch him and run. We'll complete the Rat King's orders without anyone knowing. Ha 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 ha. The blood-robed figure laughed proudly. But I have a bad feeling about this. Nie Tianba said with a strange expression. Cut the crap. What bad feeling? Are you looking for a beating? The blood-robed figure glared. The group of people quietly followed the tunnel dug by the rats to the underground palace under the demon-subduing temple. The underground palace below the demon-suppressing temple was incomparably dark. It was not empty, but there was still Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao had already spread out his lightning god whip, listening to the boasting of Bujie and Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao's mouth was agape. So many monks can't beat you? Wang Ku, you'll suffer retribution for boasting like this. Although Zhang Jingdao was scolding Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao was listening with great interest. Even when a few big rats made a big hole in the side and came in for a stroll, Zhang Jingdao did not notice. Because Zhang Jingdao was too focused on the sounds above, he did not notice the several large rats. The rats came in, squeaked a few times, turned around and ran away. Because Zhang Jingdao even used a black cloth to cover himself this time, he didn't move at all. The rats didn't take it seriously because it was too dark. The rats took a stroll and turned back to report. Not long later, Nie Tianba and the 10 blood-robed figures followed the tunnel and arrived at the underground palace. Is this really an underground palace? Is the holy monk really going to hide in here? Nie Tianba exclaimed. Why is there a pile of rope on the ground? The blood-robed figures asked curiously. I don't know. The group of people looked around curiously. Just as they were talking, Zhang Jingdao regained his senses. Zhang Jingdao hid in the corner of the black cloth. Through 2 holes in the black cloth, he looked at the 11 people who suddenly appeared. What's going on? Where did these people come from? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. Wasn't he the only one in the underground palace? Why are there so many people suddenly? The door above is not open. Is it haunted? Is it haunted? No, Zhang Jingdao had experienced the same thing before. Therefore, he was not afraid. Instead, he looked curiously at the group of people who suddenly appeared. The group of people who suddenly appeared looked around. Suddenly, they saw something wrapped in a black cloth in the corner. One of them immediately went forward and lifted it. Boom! Zhang Jingdao was exposed in front of everyone. The group of people looked at Zhang Jingdao, and Zhang Jingdao looked at the group of people. The scene fell into a dead silence. Catch him! One of the blood-robed figures shouted. Rise! Zhang Jingdao shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, the lightning whips on the ground moved and entangled the group of people. At the same time, the rats who had just entered were also entangled. Nie Tianba was in an extremely awkward position. The electric current suddenly flowed, and the intense electric current caused Nie Tianba to cry out in pain. Ah! Nie Tianba screamed in pain. Why is there electricity? Everyone exclaimed. It's in my mouth! Bastard, it's an ambush! Oh no, we've fallen into a trap! The group of blood-robed figures screamed in pain. Zhang Jingdao was shocked and turned the electric current to the maximum. How can there be so many people? Where did you come from? Are you trying to sneak up on me? In your dreams. Give me electricity, electricity, electricity! Zhang Jingdao screamed in agitation. Ah! Let me go! My tongue! No! My hand exploded! Ouch! Save me! Someone save me. I don't want to die. Help. Spare me, it hurts. I'm going to kill you. I want you dead. In the underground palace, shrill screams were mixed with pleas for mercy, fierce cries, and cries of pain. In an instant, the screams were hoarse. Zhang Jingdao's expression changed. Oh no, this underground palace is not soundproof. Will they ruin Wang Ku's bragging? Will they blame me later? No, it has nothing to do with me. Who asked so many people to appear? Ah, there's electricity leakage. It hurts. Damn it. Zhang Jingdao and the group of blood-robed figures died together. The outside world was in an uproar. If the holy monk did not preach about Mahayana Buddhism, it would not be a big deal. After all, there were many possibilities for the screams coming from underground. The most common reaction would be to dig up the ground to see what was going on. However, it was different now. The holy monk had talked about the 18 levels of hell and ghost stories for half a day. Who could stand it? It was like Wang Ku going to the graveyard after watching a horror movie for a night on Earth. Would he still feel the same? Everyone was already worried. Tianzhen and the other monks even urged the holy monk to open the gate of hell. Some did not believe the holy monk, but some did. The gate of hell was definitely underground. What else could the screams that came from underground correspond to the 18 levels of hell that they heard for half a day? The gate of hell is open. The evil spirits are coming out. Quick, close the gate of hell. We don't want to open it. No. When the evil spirits come out, they will travel 1,000 miles in the night. Corpses will be everywhere. It's over. It's all over. A group of people who were already afraid shouted. Emotions were contagious. When a group of people panicked, it would lead to another group of people panicking as well. In an instant, the people around the demon-subduing temple were so scared that they kept retreating. Some of the more timid ones were even crying. It's all your fault. The holy monk did not want to open the gate of hell, but you forced him to. Once the evil spirits come out, we will all die. You Hinayana monks, why don't you listen to the Mahayana holy monks? It's over. Run, the evil spirits are coming out. It was chaos everywhere. Many people were running away and there were even stampedes. The group of disciples from the immortal sects were also extremely nervous. After all, they were all humans. After listening to ghost stories for half a day, now that the gate of hell was open, the evil spirits were all coming out. Who wouldn't be nervous? It was only because they had cultivation that they were a little braver. The group of monks who were scolding the holy monk were also shocked at this moment. Is there really an underworld? Can the holy monk really open the gate of hell? The screams of the evil spirits are coming from the depths of the ground. Is this the Mahayana Dharma? The monks started to doubt their lives. Only Wang Ku and the holy monk looked at each other and quickly calmed down. Because the two of them knew that they were just bragging. There was no gate of hell. The screams were coming from the underground palace. Zhang Jingdao is really smart this time. He actually cooperated so well at this critical moment. I really underestimated you. Your ventriloquism is amazing. You can imitate the screams of so many people? Wang Ku exclaimed. The holy monk also had a strange expression. Apparently, he had also guessed it. He took a deep breath and said, Amitabha, the gate of hell can't be opened for long. I'll open it a little. It's good that you know. We know. Holy monk, hurry up and close it. Don't let all the evil spirits escape. How many evil spirits are there in the 18 levels of hell? A person shouted in horror. Brothers from the immortal sects, please take care of the people around. Don't let anyone get trampled or injured. I don't want to see the people suffer. Wang Ku immediately instructed. Okay. The group of disciples from the immortal sects shouted. Amitabha, I've misunderstood you. I'm guilty. Amitabha, I don't know the Mahayana Dharma. I've offended you. Please punish me. In an instant, a group of monks started to repent. Everyone was on Wang Ku and the holy monk's side. The Mahayana Dharma lecture was about to be announced as a success. Only one person had an extremely ugly expression. That person was Tianjin. Tianjin stared at Wang Ku and the holy monk. He was even more furious. Liars, they're liars. Tianjin roared. Damn it, are they bullying us because we can't see the underground palace? I'm in the nascent soul realm. I can see clearly with my divine sense. What gate of hell? It's obviously Wang Ku who arranged for a group of people to scream in pain below to deceive us. Elder Tian, I have no quarrel with you. Why are you causing trouble for me again? The holy monk has no cultivation. Don't hurt him. Wang Ku shouted in frustration. Ba, this is Elder Tian from the Golden Crow sect, right? Don't make a fuss. This is our holy monk. Don't offend him. One of the monks stood in front of Tianjin. Ba, Elder Tianjin. If you dare to hurt the holy monk, we'll protect the dignity of Buddhism even if we have to die. That's right. The abbot of our sect is also in the nascent soul realm. If you dare to hurt the holy monk, we'll invite the abbot to the Golden Crow sect to talk to your sect leader. Ba, protect the holy monk. To make up for their guilt, the group of monks stood in front of Tianjin. Tianjin's face stiffened. They're lying to you. There's an underground palace below. It's just a group of people screaming in pain. There's no gate of hell. However, only a minority of the monks believed Tianjin. Most of them thought that Tianjin was lying. Ba, we don't need you to interfere with the affairs of Buddhism, one of the monks said in a deep voice. Tianjin was speechless. Why is this happening? Are all of you retarded? How can there be a gate of hell in this world? Tianjin wanted to wash his hands of this matter. However, his divine sense detected the lightning god's whip. He was here for the lightning god's whip. Was he going to give it up just like that? No, he had to get the lightning god's whip. I'll expose their lies. Tianjin glared at them. Ba, Elder Tianjin, please respect yourself. The group of monks stood in front of Tianjin to protect the holy monk. P.S. First update. Chapter 249. Only those in the nascent soul realm had the divine sense. At the same time, if you want to investigate something that you can't see, you have to use your divine sense to scan it. Tianjin had used his divine sense to scan the demon-subduing temple's main hall, but not the underground. Who would have thought that the liar Wang Ku would have made preparations underground as well? When he urged the holy monk to open the gates of hell, Tianjin was shocked when he heard the screams coming from underground. He thought that he had gotten himself into trouble, and there was an uproar around him. Not only did he fail to expose Wang Ku and the holy monk, but he even helped them win everyone's approval? The scene was chaotic for a moment. Tianjin used his divine sense to scan the underground nervously, and his face twitched. He wanted to expose them again, but his allies, the monks, had betrayed him and were all protecting the holy monk. What the F***ck? The monks were protecting the holy monk as if they had gone mad. If he made a move, they would fight with their lives on the line. They were not afraid of death, because they were fanatical believers of Buddhism. It was honorable to sacrifice themselves for Buddhism. Once he killed them in front of everyone, what awaited him would be enormous trouble. Most importantly, Tianjin saw the lightning god's whip. How could he give it up? I'll expose their scam for all of you to see. Tianjin glared. Ba, Elder Tianjin, please respect yourself. The monks stood in front of Tianjin, protecting the holy monk with all their might. Tianjin was speechless. Elder Tianjin, do you know who the holy monk is? I advise you to go back. You'll suffer retribution for offending the holy monk. Wang Ku advised. Retribution? You liars are the ones who will suffer retribution. Wang Ku, do you think they'll protect you forever? Tianjin said disdainfully. Ba, as long as the holy monk is here, we'll protect him. One of the monks glared. Tianjin was speechless. You bunch of idiots. You don't even know that you've been scammed? Damn it. Elder Tianjin, can we talk about your wishes in private? Wang Ku took a step back. After all, Wang Ku knew about his situation and did not want to make a big deal out of it. In private? Ha ha ha, Wang Ku, it's too late now. I've already discovered your secret. Do you think I'll still compromise with you? These monks can't stop me, Tianjin said coldly. As he spoke, Tianjin soared into the sky. Elder Tian, please reconsider. We can talk about anything. Don't hurt the holy monk. Wang Ku shouted anxiously. Amit Ba, Elder Tianjin, you will be punished by the heavens for being disrespectful to the holy monk. That's right. Do you think you can blaspheme the disciple of Bodhisattva? Elder Tianjin, leave now. Tianjin, the holy monk is the reincarnation of a bodhisattva's disciple. You'll be struck by lightning if you dare to hurt him, the group of monks berated. Tianjin, you bunch of morons, why would the heavens strike you with lightning? You've been fooled by Wang Ku, that swindler, and you're still telling me this? I'll show you how Wang Ku tricked you. And what the hell is this fake holy monk? Hell's Gate? Tianjin shouted. As he shouted, he waved his hand. A strong gust of wind rose from the ground. No! Wang Ku screamed. Stop it! The group of monks shouted angrily. Hong! Tianjin was in the nascent soul realm after all. Even though he had yet to recover from his injuries, he was still in the nascent soul realm. His terrifying aura instantly sent the monks flying. The huge gust of wind even blew the roof of the demon-subduing temple away. Kaboom! When the roof was blown away, countless people exclaimed in shock. The disciples of the immortal sects protected the people. The group of monks fell to the ground in anger. You'll be punished for blaspheming the holy monk. One of the monks shouted angrily. Tianjin, you'll be punished by the heavens. The group of monks scolded. Punished by the heavens? What punishment? You've all been fooled. Let me show you. Tianjin laughed sinisterly. Kaboom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Tianjin. Tianjin was caught off guard. He staggered and almost fell from the sky. Lightning? Why did it strike the heavens? All the people, monks, and disciples of the immortal sects were shocked. What was going on? It's the punishment of the heavens. Those who blaspheme the holy monk shall be struck by lightning. The holy monk is indeed the holy monk. He's blessed by the Bodhisattva. Tianjin deserves it for blaspheming the holy monk. The group of monks shouted in agitation. However, Tianjin looked at the huge white cloud in the sky in shock. What's up there? Tianjin immediately flew into the sky. Just as Tianjin was about to rush into the cloud, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the cloud. Boom! The light was blinding. A vague sword beam descended from the sky. The sword beam was 1,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly sword that slashed Tianjin. What? Tianjin exclaimed. He took out his sword to defend himself. Hong! With a loud bang, the long sword in Tianjin's hand exploded. The dazzling heavenly sword slashed at Tianjin's body. Tianjin used all his strength to protect himself from being killed, but even so, he fell like a meteor. Boom! Tianjin spat out a mouthful of blood when he landed on the ground. His shoulder, which had just been repaired, was torn open again. His arm almost fell off as blood splattered everywhere. Morong of Guang? How? Why are you waiting for me in the sky? Tianjin spat out another mouthful of blood. If Tianjin was at his peak, he wouldn't have been afraid of Morong of Guang. However, he had been severely injured by the demon Venerable and had yet to recover. Facing Morong of Guang's demon slayer sword drawing technique with his weak body, he was naturally severely injured. Morong of Guang had been sitting in the clouds above the demon-subduing temple. Morong of Guang did not care about the sermon below. Morong of Guang did not care about Wang Ku and the holy monk bragging. Murongulfguang also did not care about the commotion below. What Murongulfguang cared about was his master, Jessa. Murongulfguang knew that Wang Ku and his group had used the demon-subduing temple to lure the real Jessa. The demon-subduing temple was the key to attracting the lust. The temple was very important to Murongulfguang. However, there was someone who was causing trouble for him and wanted to destroy the demon-subduing temple. How could Murongulfguang tolerate this? If you destroy the demon-subduing temple, what am I going to do? Where am I going to find the lust? I still have to wait here for the lust to find me. Why are you causing trouble? To Murongulfguang, anyone who hindered him from finding the lust deserved to die. When Tianjin lifted the roof of the demon-subduing temple, Murongulfguang made his move. Heavenly lightning. Murongulfguang waved his sword. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck Tianjin, leaving him in a sorry state. Tianjin's eyes were filled with anger as he soared into the sky, wanting to settle the score with Murongulfguang. Murongulfguang already saw him as an enemy and did not hold back. He was stunned as he placed his sword at his waist and his eyes turned cold. Demon Slayer sword drawing technique. Xing. A sword that contained all of Murongulfguang's power lit up the sky and turned into a heavenly sword that slashed down. Hong! Tianjin was already injured, and his injuries worsened as he fell to the ground. His arms and shoulders were almost torn apart again. Even so, blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. That was not the worst part. The worst part was that the monks were excited. They thought that the Bodhisattva had shown up to kill those who were close to Buddha. They wanted to perform well in front of the Bodhisattva. On one hand, they wanted to redeem themselves for doubting the holy monk. On the other hand, they wanted to leave a good impression on the Bodhisattva and the holy monk. Who would back down at a time like this? The Bodhisattva has shown up to kill those who blaspheme the holy monk. A monk shouted, "All right, we are the holy monks. We will kill those who blaspheme Buddha." Vajra staff. Flaming Kasaya. Vajra alms bowl. Lu Han staff. Suddenly, a large group of Dharma treasures flew toward the heavily injured Tianjin. Seeing the overwhelming number of Dharma treasures flying toward him, the heavily injured Tianjin finally felt fear. Tianjin would not have cared if he was at his peak, but he had yet to recover from his injuries. Furthermore, his injuries were aggravated by Murongulfguang's slash. How could he defend himself now? This group of monks had all gone crazy. They were even activating their trump cards without any regard for their lives. Two of the monks even self-destructed their Dharma treasures to prove their devotion to Buddhism. How were they supposed to deal with that? Listen to me, listen to me. It's not what you think. It's Murongulfguang. Listen to me. I'm not lying. The heavily injured Tianjin exclaimed. Hong! Ah! Under the impact of the group of Buddhist Dharma treasures, Tianjin's location exploded. Amitba! All the monks clasped their palms together in excitement and shouted. Amidst the explosion, a ball of flames shot up into the sky. Tianjin, who had suffered even more severe injuries, used his last bit of primordial qi to propel himself up into the sky. His black robe had long been burned away. His body was either covered in blood or flames. Damn it, he had suffered a huge loss this time. He was in a worse state than when he was injured by Devil Lord. Why? Tianjin ran for his life in despair. If he did not escape, he would lose his life. Stop right there, fanatic! Tianjin, we Buddhists will not let you off so easily. Serves you right for offending the holy monk. After a series of curses, the flaming Tianjin disappeared into the horizon. Only then did the monks return while cursing and paying their respects to the holy monk again. Wang Ku, who was standing on the roof, was stunned when he saw Tianjin disappear into the distance. What's going on? Wang Ku was shocked. Wang Ku looked at the holy monk in the hall. The holy monk also looked at Wang Ku in shock. Both of them looked at each other. Something did not seem right. Wang Ku looked up at the dark clouds above. Did Tianjin shout for Murong just now? Is Murong hiding in there? Wang Ku pondered. However, it was not the time to check the situation because the monks had returned. Greetings, holy monk. I was ignorant and did not know about the Mahayana Buddhism. Please forgive me for offending you earlier. One of the monks bowed respectfully. Please forgive me, holy monk. All the monks bowed. Wang Ku and the holy monk stared at the group of monks. Damn it, we only wanted to fool them with the Mahayana Buddhism. Why did you believe us? We were caught off guard. P.S. Second update, third update. Chapter 250. Greetings, holy monk. I was ignorant and did not know about the Mahayana Buddhism. Please forgive me for offending you earlier. A monk bowed respectfully. Please forgive me, holy monk. The group of monks all bowed. Wang Ku and the holy monk stared at the group of monks. Damn, we just wanted to fool them with the Mahayana Buddhism. Why did you believe us? You caught us off guard. The holy monk did not say anything and looked at Wang Ku. What should we do now? How should we act? Wang Ku took a deep breath and gave the holy monk a reassuring look. Damn, the hardest part is over. What's there to be afraid of? The most important thing now is Zhang Jingdao's side. It's time to stop. Ahem. Wang Ku coughed twice. However, the screams below were still endless. The holy monk did not know how to act. He could only sit there and pretend that he did not know anything. Wang Ku's face darkened. Why is Zhang Jingdao so insensible? It's time to stop. I know you're good at ventriloquism, but you can't act now. The group of monks is still watching. What should we do now? Masters, the holy monk is currently closing the gate of hell. It's not convenient for him to speak to you. If you're interested, why don't you accompany the holy monk in chanting sutras and create a Buddhist environment for him so that he can focus on closing the gate of hell? Wang Ku looked at the group of monks. Amitabha, Benefactor Wang Ku is right. We'll chant the Diamond Sutra together to help the holy monk. A monk said. Immediately, all the monks sat down. In an instant, the Buddhist chants were heard everywhere. Almost all the monks joined in. Wang Ku was stunned. Why are these monks so easy to talk to now? What happened to the glaring Vajra from a few days ago? The Buddhist chants were heard everywhere. Countless people suppressed the fear in their hearts. As they fled, they secretly looked back. Gradually, the screams from the underground gradually stopped. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Zhang Jingdao was indeed sensible. He finally stopped shouting. The group of monks chanted sutras. Hearing the screams disappear, they all felt honored. It was as if they had contributed to the closing of the gates of hell, and they chanted even louder. Wang Ku turned to look at the holy monk. When the holy monk saw Wang Ku nod, he knew it was time to wrap things up. Amitabha, the holy monk suddenly spoke. Instantly, all the monks stopped chanting. Thank you all for helping me. Today's opening ceremony and preaching will end here. I still need to release the souls of the dead. Amitabha, said the holy monk. Was the holy monk starting to chase people away? The current holy monk was different from the previous holy monk. A single word from the holy monk was like an imperial edict to the monk. No one dared to disobey. Amitabha, we'll be taking our leave now. The group of monks stood up and bowed respectfully. Without any hesitation, the group of monks left one after another. At this moment, an immortal sect disciple's expression changed. The holy monk's face. Why is the holy monk's face? The holy monk's face was full of pimples. Moreover, it was 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. One look was enough to scare someone to death. Previously, the demon suppression temple still had a roof, and the darkness inside could still be concealed. Now that the roof was gone, it was natural that someone would see it. The holy monk used his mortal body to collect vengeful spirits from all over the world. His body was corroded by the ghost chi, causing his face to be injured. This is not ugly, but benevolent. Don't slander the holy monk. A monk glared angrily. Buddha is merciful. The holy monk is merciful. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to redeem vengeful spirit. Amitabha. He's a role model for our generation. The group of monks explained. Wang Ku and the holy monk widened their eyes. You don't want us to brag anymore? You've already helped the holy monk brag? The holy monk only applied some allergy medicine on his face. What are you thinking? After being berated by the group of monks, the immortal sect disciples instantly felt relieved. They bowed respectfully to the holy monk and led the commoners out. At this moment, the holy monk still had important matters to attend to. They couldn't disturb him. Instantly, the people inside the demon suppression temple's walls were emptied. The group of monks didn't leave after leaving the temple's walls. Instead, they sat around the demon suppression temple's walls and chanted scriptures to protect the holy monk, preventing outsiders from approaching. After the door closed, Wang Ku and the holy monk looked at each other. Wang Ku, didn't we go overboard? The holy monk looked at Wang Ku blankly. I don't know either. Wang Ku had a strange look. The gates of hell opened, the wrath of the Bodhisattva, the descent of the heavenly tribulation, and the heavenly sword heavily injuring a nascent soul? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The holy monk had a strange look on his face. Wang Ku looked at the clouds in the sky. Although he didn't know what happened, Wang Ku knew that it was all fake. There must be someone up there. Tianzhen shouted for Murong of Guang. Could it be that Murong of Guang was hiding in the clouds? As for Hell's Gate, that was even more ridiculous. It was clearly Zhang Jingdao's ventriloquism. Call Zhang Jingdao up first. Wang Ku immediately activated the mechanism. Zhang Jingdao, come out. The holy monk shouted at the underground palace under the mechanism. IIPU. Zhang Jingdao's weak voice came from below. What's wrong? Wang Ku's expression changed as he jumped into the underground palace. Immediately, he saw Zhang Jingdao holding the lightning deity whip, his body twitching. White foam was coming out of his mouth. What's wrong with you? Wang Ku was shocked. I'm going to be electrocuted. This thing is leaking electricity. Zhang Jingdao said angrily. I know. It's not the first time it's leaking electricity. More importantly, why are you using the lightning deity whip? Weren't you performing ventriloquism just now? Wang Ku was puzzled. What ventriloquism? Zhang Jingdao was puzzled. Wang Ku, the holy monk. Quick, chase after him. Nye Tianba was rescued by a group of rats. They were all rescued by rats. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. What Nye Tianba? What rats? Are you crazy? Wang Ku stared at him. Turning his head, Wang Ku looked in the direction Zhang Jingdao was pointing. Only then did he see a big hole in the underground palace. This is? Wang Ku was shocked. I wasn't the one who shouted just now. It was Nye Tianba and the others. I used the lightning deity whip. Zhang Jingdao explained. Wang Ku stared at Zhang Jingdao. So, we should thank Nye Tianba and the others? Zhang Jingdao. Why did they run away? The holy monk was curious. Previously, we were prepared to perish together. Of course, my injuries would definitely be lighter, but in the end, a group of rats rushed in and attacked me without any regard for their lives. I was careless and loosened my grip, and they immediately took the opportunity to escape. However, their bodies were charred and they couldn't walk, but the rats carried them and escaped. Zhang Jingdao explained. Nye Tianba knows how to play tunnel warfare now? Wang Ku's expression was grim. How are you guys doing up there? Did we disturb you? Zhang Jingdao was worried. It's okay. It's over. We're safe. Wang Ku explained. Over? How can it be over? Nye Tianba and the others were screaming just now. How come they're fine? Zhang Jingdao was shocked. It's all thanks to your screams that we're fine. The holy monk explained. Zhang Jingdao's expression froze. Why are you scolding us, holy monk? Who screamed and screamed? Let's go out first. I'll get my subordinates to mend the hole here and repair the demon-subduing temple. Wang Ku shook his head. The group left the underground palace just like that. The storm was over, but an even bigger one was about to happen. Originally, many people would rather believe it than not. They did not trust the disciples of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. But things were different now. Everyone knew about the 18 levels of hell, understood Mahayana Buddhism, saw the gates of hell, and even the wrath of heaven. Now, the disciples of the immortal sects and the group of exalted immortals had acknowledged the holy monk's identity. How could the people not believe it? The news seemed to have grown wings and spread in all directions. In just 2 days, the news of the holy monk spread throughout the capital. The holy monk did not have a cultivation base, but he was the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Was that more important than his cultivation base? Did they not see the monks of the immortal sects guarding him? Soon, more and more people came to the demon-subduing temple to pay their respect. At the same time, the Wang family's heaven and earth banknotes were sold out again. No, it was difficult to get even a single note now. These were hell notes personally recognized by the holy monk. 3 days later, on the balcony of the inn outside the demon-subduing temple, Nye Tianba and the others could already move. They stood on the balcony and looked at the sea of people outside the demon-subduing temple. The holy monk opened the gates of hell? Those screams were from us, right? A blood-robed man said with an ugly expression. Should we inform those people that they've been deceived? Another blood-robed man asked. The blood-robed men fell silent. Inform? Inform my ass. If anyone dared to say that the holy monk was a fake, a group of monks would kill them. Moreover, he was the blood demon. How could he dare to go out? What do we do now? Nye Tianba asked with an ugly expression. A group of rat demons reported that the underground palace under the demon-subduing temple has been filled with all kinds of boulders by Wang Ku. He also made some alarm bells. If the rat demons dig a tunnel, they will be discovered. A blood-robed man said with an ugly expression. Damn, why is Wang Ku and the others so familiar with the tunnels? Why are the rat demons so helpless? Another blood-robed man said with a strange expression. Digging tunnels has always been the Wang family's strength. Nye Tianba said with a strange expression. Then what should we do? We can't go to the demon-subduing temple from underground. If we go from the sky, we will definitely be killed by the righteous faction disciples. Those monks are obviously here for a long time. The holy monk is also a coward. How can we catch him? Another blood-robed man said. We can only go back and report to the Rat King. The blood-robed man said. But what should we say when we go back? We haven't even seen him and we've already failed. We will be punished by the Rat King. The blood-robed man said with an ugly expression. It's all Nye Tianba's fault. Nye Tianba told the Rat King that he was familiar with Wang Ku. That's why the Rat King asked him to cooperate with us. In the end, Nye Tianba didn't do anything. He didn't give us any warning and caused us to fail. One of the blood-robed men said. Nye Tianba's expression changed. No, I said that we can't dig the tunnel. You didn't listen. Shut up. Nye Tianba, it's all your fault. Go back and apologize to the Rat King. The blood-robed man glared. That's right. If you didn't tell us how difficult Wang Ku was to deal with, we wouldn't have failed. That's right. Nye Tianba, you have to be the scapegoat. While they were criticizing Nye Tianba, they were clenching their fists and glaring at him. Nye Tianba's face stiffened. Nye Tianba was sure that if he didn't agree to take the blame, these 20 punches would definitely make him bleed. P.S. End of night. Let's continue tomorrow. Haha, let's go all out. Chapter 251. Zhoujing, Devil Suppression Temple. Main Hall. The roof of the main hall had already been repaired. There were only Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, and Bujie in the main hall. Wang Ku, the number of people coming to pay their respects is increasing. My identity as the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is being believed by more and more people. What should we do now? Bujia had an anxious look on his face. Don't worry, this is a good thing. This means that your influence is growing. In the past, I was the only one who arranged for people to promote and package you. But now, more and more people are helping you to do so. Wang Ku consoled. But what's the use of this? There will be a day when the truth will be revealed. Bujia said anxiously. Soon, soon. Look, in such a short period of time, we have already attracted so many familiar faces. This means that the person I'm looking for is not far away. Once she arrives, everything will be fine. Wang Ku consoled. What do you mean everything will be fine? Wang Ku, Bujia is asking you how you want to resolve this matter, not the matter of Gong Wei. Zhang Jingdao asked from the side. Bujia nodded his head furiously. That's right, how do I resolve this matter? Wang Ku started. What resolve? At that time, I will be able to leave. Zhang Jingdao. Bujia. You want to leave? Then what about the matter of impersonating Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple? Zhang Jingdao glared. It's not like I'm the one impersonating Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple. Why are you asking me? What does this have to do with me? Wang Ku glared back. Bujia. F*ck, weren't you the one who did all this? You just patted your butt and left, leaving me to clean up this mess? How can you still have the face to say this? Zhang Jingdao widened his eyes. Wang Ku, after the matter of impersonating Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's disciple is exposed, you should be implicated, right? After all, you were the one who participated in the whole thing. How are you going to explain yourself at that time? What's the point of explaining? I was also deceived, I'm also a victim. What does it have to do with me? Wang Ku glared. Zhang Jingdao. Bujia. You mother***, you really know how to push the blame away. Are you also a victim? How can you be so shameless? Then I won't do it anymore. In the end, I will be the scapegoat. I won't do it anymore. Bujia trembled as he spoke. Monk Bujia, we've already signed a contract. You want to breach the contract and compensate me? Wang Ku glared at Bujia. Bujia! What a sin! How did I meet such a scourge? Compensation? How am I supposed to compensate? If this old monk had the money, why would he come to beg for alms from you? F***ck, after hunting geese for so long, he finally got pecked in the eyes by the birds. Monk Bujia, don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? No one knows about you. Later, I'll remove the pimples on your face. Who would know that you're a holy monk? Wang Ku comforted. Bujia. Don't worry, Wang Ku, always do things flawlessly. Later, just let Master Jessa be the scapegoat. What does it have to do with us? Wang Ku consoled. Bujia. F***ck, you've already planned this from the start, right? Let Master Jessa be the scapegoat? That Master Jessa must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Sitting at home while being the scapegoat thousands of miles away? Don't worry, it will be over soon. You can imagine, how can a monk who used to eat and drink be compared to someone who is revered by tens of thousands of people now? Those people outside are all waiting like crazy for a chance to buy a hell note signed by you. The hell note signed by you now is worth a lot of money. Wang Ku consoled. Bujia. F***ck, thank you for making the hell note signed by me so popular. Oh right, Zhang Jingdao, I asked you to fly around in the clouds above. Did you see anyone? Wang Ku asked Zhang Jingdao. Who? I didn't see him. I've already searched for him many times. Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. It's Murong of Guang. Wang Ku asked. Murong of Guang? He's an original infant stage cultivator now. You want me to go in and look for him? Aren't you afraid that he'll kill me? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. It's fine. You're good at running away. I believe in your ability. Wang Ku shook his head. Zhang Jingdao. The point is, I don't believe in my ability. You're sending me to my death. There's no Murong of Guang? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Ku frowned. He's an original infant stage cultivator. If he wants to hide from me, how can I find him? Zhang Jingdao said solemnly. In other words, Murong of Guang might still be on top of us? Wang Ku's face darkened. Is he crazy? Staying on top of us every day? Wang Ku, are you sure? Zhang Jingdao frowned. It can't be wrong. It's Murong of Guang. Wang Ku frowned. We've been targeted by Murong of Guang? What do we do now? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. It's not just Murong of Guang. There's also Nie Tianba. That old man still dares to cause trouble for me? He even brought a group of people with him? F***ck. What good stuff do I have here that he wants to sneak over? Does he want to ask me for money? Dream on. He wants to take back the money that's already in my pocket? Wang Ku glared. Zhang Jingdao. You still remember that you took Nie Tianba's money? I thought you forgot. No, if this goes on, I won't be able to wait for Gong Wei. There'll be trouble again. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Wang Ku said solemnly. Why not just sit here and wait for death? I don't know where Nie Tianba went. Murong of Guang is a nascent soul realm cultivator. What can you do? Zhang Jingdao said disdainfully. Call their parents here. Wang Ku said solemnly. Zhang Jingdao said blankly. Go to Divine Dragon Island immediately and call Nie Qingqing over. Murong of Guang is her disciple, and Nie Qingqing is her grandnephew. F***ck. Why are they making trouble for me every day? Shouldn't Nie Qingqing do something about it? Can't you just let me do something in peace? Wang Ku glared at him. Bujia's face twitched. You call this doing something quietly and quietly? F***ck. Even Zhou Jing was almost flipped over by you. Wang Ku, you want me to go to Divine Dragon Island? Do you want my life? It's filled with disciples of the demon sect. I'll be courting death if I go there. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. How about this, you don't need to go to Divine Dragon Island. Go to the second Divine King skyscraper and look for Tongan. I'll write a letter for you. Get him to bring it to Nie Qingqing. You must do it as soon as possible. Wang Ku said solemnly. That's more like it. Zhang Jingdao nodded. Just like that, Zhang Jingdao went to help Wang Ku find help. Wang Ku and Bujie continued their journey as the holy monk. As a result, more and more people came to pay their respects to the demon-suppressing temple. Blood Lotus Cave in a large hall. Ancestor Xue Pao and Rat King were sitting on 2 thrones. They were listening to the 10 blood-robed men and a group of rats report the failure of the demon-suppressing temple. Nie Tianba was lying on the ground. Clearly, he was the scapegoat and was punished by being whipped. At this moment, he was looking at the 10 blood-robed men who didn't receive any punishment. His mouth was full of vulgarities, but he couldn't say anything. In that case, the holy monk is a fake? The so-called gates of hell and the screams of the evil ghosts were shouted by you guys? You guys cooperated with them to put on a show? Rat King said solemnly. It's all Nie Tianba's fault. His timing has nothing to do with us. One of the blood-robed men shouted. That's right, that's right. The group of blood-robed men nodded. Nie Tianba was at a loss for words. What's with the heavenly punishment? Was it also prepared by Nie Tianba? Injuring an original infant realm cultivator? Does he have the ability to do so? Rat King shouted coldly. We don't know. The group of blood-robed men lowered their heads. What do you think? Rat King looked at Ancestor Xue Pao. Ancestor Xue Pao pondered for a moment. Whether the holy monk is the disciple of Xidagarba or not, it doesn't matter to me. How is it not important? He is Jessa. He might be Lust who has lost his memory. Shouldn't we take advantage of Lust's weakness to capture him and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the Buddhist treasure? Rat King said solemnly. Buddhist treasure? I'm afraid it's with the great Zhou royal family and not with Lust. Ancestor Shui Pao said solemnly. How do you know? Rat King was surprised. Haven't we always wanted to capture the great Zhou royal family? In the end, we were stopped by the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor has been hiding in the palace every day like a tortoise hiding in its shell. We can't do anything about it, Ancestor Shui Pao said solemnly. What do you mean? Rat King was puzzled. I have a way to get the Grand Tutor out. We can take the opportunity to capture all the great Zhou royal family members, Ancestor Shui Pao said solemnly. Great Zhou Palace. As more and more people believed the holy monk's authenticity, more and more people went to worship him. At the same time, there was a wave of conflict in the Great Zhou Palace. A group of monks sat cross-legged outside the Grand Tutor's hall. At this moment, the Great Zhou dynasty's Grand Tutor slowly walked out of the hall in a golden monk robe. The Grand Tutor had a dignified appearance, and he exuded the aura of a superior. The Grand Tutor, who was supposed to be calm and composed, looked at the group of monks with his eyelids twitching. Back then, it was you who suspected that the holy monk was a fake and asked me to expose him. I didn't want to go, so I helped you get an imperial edict to let the holy monk give a sermon. Why are you blaming me now? The Grand Tutor said solemnly. The leading monk said solemnly, we misunderstood the holy monk and slandered him. We are guilty and have already apologized to the holy monk. We are guarding the demon-subduing temple to protect the holy monk. We have already apologized to the Bodhisattva, but you, Grand Tutor, you are the main culprit. Don't you feel guilty at all? Grand Tutor. Amitabha, Grand Tutor, I know you are from the Blood Crossing Temple, but even if you are from the Blood Crossing Temple, you can't offend the Bodhisattva. This poor monk advises you to go to the Blood Crossing Temple immediately and apologize to the holy monk. Ask the holy monk to forgive your recklessness. That's right, Grand Tutor, you are also a Buddhist disciple. The Bodhisattva sent a disciple to save the world, but you actually used the power of the dynasty for your own selfish reasons. How can you still practice Buddhism? You should go and apologize to the holy monk. Grand Tutor, if you go and apologize now, the holy monk will definitely not make things difficult for you. Grand Tutor, we are doing this for your own good. You should go and apologize to the holy monk. The group of monks took turns to persuade the Grand Tutor to apologize to the holy monk. The Grand Tutor's face twitched. Previously, this wasn't your attitude. All of you were begging me to deal with the holy monk. How many days has it been? Are all of your brains broken? You actually want me to apologize to the holy monk? I am the Great Zhou dynasty's Grand Tutor. Don't you know that I am from the Blood Crossing Temple? I am the one who saved the Great Zhou dynasty. You want me to lower my head and apologize to a wild monk who came out of nowhere? Do you think I don't want my face? P.S. First update. Chapter 252. Outside the demon-subduing temple, countless people had come to pay their respects to the holy monk. There were also many monks guarding the entrance. Similarly, the disciples of the Wang family who were selling banknotes from the Heaven and Earth Bank were surrounded by a group of people trying to buy them. These were hell notes that the holy monk had set his eyes on. They weren't something that could be bought anywhere. At this moment, a woman had spent the same amount of money in the mortal world to buy a hell note. She was being introduced by the disciples of the Wang family. This woman was none other than the third leader of the demonic sect, Amethyst. Amethyst held the hell note with a strange look on her face. This Wangku really knows how to make money. How can he be so shameless as to sell this thing at such a high price? Miss, don't underestimate this Heaven and Earth Bank banknote. It was set by the holy monk. Look, it even has the holy monk's signature. The disciple of the Wang family pointed at the hell note. There was a horizontal line on the hell note. You call this a signature? Amethyst's face darkened. The holy monk has so many things to do every day. He doesn't have the time to write stroke by stroke. He waved his brush and signed a large number of banknotes. This is already a waste of his time. What you're doing is part of the holy monk's signature. The Wang clan disciple explained. Amethyst's face darkened. Do you think I'm a monkey? Amethyst was about to lose her temper. Bam! Suddenly, a fist hit the disciple of the Wang family and knocked him to the ground. Amethyst! I haven't even made a move yet. Who beat me to it? Instead, he saw a tall and sturdy man with a red face and a pair of handlebar mustaches that were particularly eye-catching. The mustached man stepped on the disciple of the Wang family. Motherf ***, how many times have I told you that I'm not buying this? You just keep introducing it. Let me ask you, where's the old monk under the Buddha's head? Sir, it's fine if you don't want to buy it. Why do you have to hit him? The disciple of the Wang family immediately stepped forward. Cut the crap. Where's the monk under the Buddha's head? The mustached man glared at him. What monk? There's a bunch of them in front. Go look for them yourself. The Wang family disciple anxiously pointed at a group of monks in the distance. Bah, it's not them. They just arrived. I'm talking about the monk who has always lived under the Buddha's head. Your stall is occupying the spot where he used to sleep. The mustached man glared. What monk? We don't know. The disciples of the Wang clan were at a loss. He's a shameless, wretched old monk who only knows how to swindle people for food and drink all day long. Didn't you see it? Damn it. You tricked me into leaving, and now you're playing tricks here. Let's do it. The mustached man glared and said. The people who had gathered around suddenly widened their eyes. Amitabha, benefactor, we don't have such a monk in Buddhism. A monk in the square looked over and said. Clearly, the commotion here had attracted everyone's attention. The mustached man glared at the monk. Move aside. This has nothing to do with you. The monk. Impudent. Do you think you can cause trouble in front of the holy monk's door? Another monk immediately shouted. In an instant, 3 monks pounced forward, trying to restore some peace to the place. The mustached man did not care at all. He stepped on the disciple of the Wang clan and blew his fist. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 monks were instantly sent flying by the man with the handlebar mustache, causing the people around them to be thrown off their feet. Senior brother, are you all right? You're in the Golden Core realm. Junior brother, why were you sent flying? Who's that man? The group of people cried out in shock. The disciples of the Wang clan also realized that it was a tough nut to crack. They immediately cried out, Senior, please forgive us. We've never seen the monk you're talking about. How dare you? Where did that shameless old monk run off to? The mustached man finally let go of his foot. Clearly, the mustached man was not really looking for trouble with the disciples of the Wang clan. Instead, he was anxious to find the monk under the Buddha's head. When he turned his head, he realized that the people around him had all retreated a long distance. After all, no one wanted to be punched. Only Amethyst remained motionless and stood at the side. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyeballs out. The mustached man glared at Amethyst. Amethyst's eyelids twitched. What is this? Gouge my eyeballs out? Do you have a death wish? Capture this troublemaker. Don't disturb the holy monk's peace. A monk got up from the ground and glared at the group. Yes. The group of monks responded. Rumble. The group of monks rushed over, causing chaos at the Wang clan disciples' stall. Be careful, that's a banknote signed by the holy monk. Aya, if you're here to beat that bastard up, then beat him up. Why are you secretly keeping the banknotes? Give it back, give it back. Where did that bastard go? It was chaos all around. Amethyst's face twitched and she kept retreating. She held a banknote in her hand but did not pay. Inside the demon-subduing temple, Wang Ku and Bujie were eating roasted chicken wings in the house when a disciple of the Wang clan came to report. What did you say? The king of Great Zhou is coming to the Devil Suppression Temple? What is he doing here? Bujie exclaimed in shock. There were so many commoners and monks outside who came to pay their respects to him. Bujie was already on the verge of breaking down. Afraid that he would be exposed, he hid in the Devil Suppression Temple every day. He thought that he could hide in peace for a few days. But after a few days of peace, the King of Great Zhou was coming? Not only is the King of Great Zhou here, the Imperial Advisor is also here. He said that he wants to pay a visit to the holy monk to thank him for releasing the souls of Great Zhou. Furthermore, they have already set off from the royal palace. He sent someone to inform us in advance so that the holy monk can receive them. The disciple explained. Wang Ku and Bujie exchanged glances. What do we do now? Bujie looked at Wang Ku. Wang Ku scratched his head. Is there something wrong with both the king and the imperial advisor? I didn't even offend them. Why are they looking for trouble again? Looking for trouble? Bujie's expression tensed up. Wasn't it the same the previous time? I asked you to open a forum and preach the scriptures. This time, they came without a word. If this isn't holding back, what is it? Wang Ku frowned. I should say that they came to report in advance. Bujie had a strange expression on his face. Wang Ku glared at Bujie. Whose side are you on? Then should we not meet them? Bujie glanced at Wang Ku. Wang Ku! The other party is the King of Great Zhou. The entire Great Zhou belongs to him. Although you are the holy monk, you are still just a monk. It's fine if you want to fool the other monks, but do you dare to not meet them? Moreover, there is also the Imperial Advisor who can suppress the demons with his strength. If we don't meet them, won't they destroy the Devil Suppression Temple? Pack up and meet them. Send them away quickly, Wang Ku said in a low voice. All right. Bujie wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and nodded. Just when the two of them were discussing, a commotion could be heard from outside the courtyard. It sounded like there was a fight going on. Wang Ku started. The Imperial Advisor is here? They have already started fighting? So fast? This subordinate will go and take a look now. That disciple from the Wang clan immediately left the Great Hall. That disciple rushed out of the Devil Suppression Temple and quickly understood what was going on. He then hurried back. Clan head, there's a burly man with a mustache causing trouble outside the courtyard. That disciple reported anxiously. But halfway through, he stopped abruptly. Because, beside him, a burly man had appeared out of nowhere and was glaring furiously at the Devil Suppression Temple. Wang Ku stood at the entrance of the Devil Suppression Temple and stared at the burly man with the mustache. Are you talking about me? The burly man with the mustache stared at that disciple. You can leave now. Wang Ku waved his hands. That disciple acknowledged and retreated. Wang Ku looked at the burly man with the mustache who walked in like a ghost and his face darkened. His Devil Suppression Temple's walls were set up with a simple array. Although it couldn't block people, as long as someone came in, it could send out a warning. But in the end, the array was useless in front of this burly man with the mustache? Nascent soul realm? The burly man with the mustache glared at the two people in front of him. Wang Ku, how dare you? You know me? Sir, who are you? Wang Ku was taken aback. Who are you talking about? Do you want to eat my fist? The burly man with the mustache stretched out his right fist. Seeing that fist, Wang Ku's eyes lit up and his face was filled with ecstasy. Palace Master? Ha 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 ha, you're finally here. It took me a long time to find you. Wang Ku's face was instantly filled with ecstasy. His strategy had worked. He had indeed attracted Gong Wei. You're looking for me? The burly man with the mustache stared, puzzled. Wang Ku walked forward and looked at the burly man with the mustache. Palace Master, your disguise skills are really impressive. I didn't recognize you just now. Wang Ku went forward to pinch the burly man's disguise. Smack. Little brat, how dare you touch my hand? I'll chop off your hand. The burly man with the mustache glared. Haha, I'm too excited. Palace Master, please don't be offended. Wang Ku immediately laughed. Humph, this place was built by you? Devil Suppression Temple? You actually built it according to my husband's Devil Suppression Temple? Also, you're the personal disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Bah, how do you have the face to advertise it? I was thousands of miles away, but when I saw the leaflet, I felt a sense of shamelessness rushing towards me. Gong Wei glared and scolded. Haha, I'm just here to see you. You're here. That's great. Holy Monk finally doesn't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Wang Ku immediately laughed. Holy Monk? Where is Holy Monk? You actually advertised that my husband is Holy Monk? Is there anyone who brags like you? Let me see what the person who pretends to be my husband looks like. Gong Wei glared. Holy Monk came out with me just now. Why did he shrink back to the Devil Suppression Temple? Wang Ku said in shock. Gong Wei revealed a puzzled expression and stepped directly into the Devil Suppression Temple's main hall. Once he entered, he saw Holy Monk sitting on a praying mat as if he was chanting scriptures. Io, what is this thing? Gong Wei was so scared that his scalp went numb and he took a step back. Clearly, the 3 layers of disfigurement on Holy Monk's face scared Gong Wei. This is Holy Monk. It's all thanks to him that I could find you. Wang Ku explained. Where did you find this thing? Are you trying to scare me to death? Gong Wei's eyes widened in shock. Ba. Holy Monk pressed his palms together and didn't say anything. Wang Ku said in shock, Monk Bujie, your forehead is covered in cold sweat. What's wrong with you? Bujie's face froze. Benefactor Gong, it's been a long time. Gong Wei. Wang Ku. What's going on? Bujie knows Gong Wei? This doesn't make sense. You are Bujie? Gong Wei had a puzzled look on his face. Gong Wei sniffed and his expression changed. The smell of meat? You ate meat? Monks eat meat? You are that shameless fake monk? Bujie? You guys really know each other? Wang Ku said in shock. One was a nascent soul realm cultivator and the other was a mortal monk. How could they know each other? Oh right, no wonder Bujie turned around and returned to the main hall when he saw Gong Wei. Bujie, your face? How did it become like this? Gong Wei asked in shock. Ba, it's benefactor Wang Ku who helped me change my appearance. Bujie immediately pushed the blame away. Gong Wei looked at Wang Ku. Your disguise is really ruthless. You splashed poisonous acid on his face? I've been in disguise for so many years and I almost couldn't recognize you. If you like it, I still have some ingredients with me. You can give it a try. Wang Ku laughed dryly. Gong Wei's face froze. I'm not crazy. It's just a disguise. Is there a need to splash poisonous acid on my face? P.S. There's still a third update. Chapter 253. Zhou Capital, Demon Subduing Temple. The sudden arrival of Gong Wei made Wang Ku overjoyed. Didn't he set up such a huge trap just to find Gong Wei? She's here, that's great. As for Wang Ku's allergy medicine, Gong Wei checked it for a while and didn't take it. What are you doing? Are you trying to ruin my husband's reputation? Gong Wei asked curiously. The 3 of them sat down and the Wang family disciples served them tea. I had no choice. It wasn't easy to find you, that's why I came up with this plan. Wang Ku smiled bitterly. Gong Wei looked at Wang Ku with a black face. Find me? Why are you looking for me? It's the same matter as last time. You can't just stand by and watch him die, right? He's the South Wolf Palace master after all. Wang Ku persuaded. You want me to go back and be the sect master? Give up. Gong Wei drank the tea and said in a low voice. Why? You should at least give me a reason. The Heavenly Wolf sect spent so much to nurture you. Now that they want you to go back and do something, why are you rejecting them? Don't you have any gratitude? Wang Ku said angrily. Gong Wei stared at Wang Ku. I just want to find my husband. What's wrong with that? I don't want to go back. Also, I didn't know that my husband could come back in the past. Forget it. Monk Bujie told me that he's my husband. How can I just let it go? Wang Ku looked at Monk Bujie. What's going on? Why can't I understand? Monk Bujie, what's the relationship between Master Jessa and Monk Bujie? You don't know? Gong Wei was shocked. Know what? Wang Ku didn't understand. Monk Bujie is the master of my husband. He used to come from the Blood Crossing Temple. After his cultivation was crippled, he only knows how to cheat people. Gong Wei said. Wang Ku stared at Monk Bujie. Your Master Jessa's master? Bujie nodded. That's right. Impossible. How can you be Master Jessa's teacher? Also, did you come from the Blood Crossing Temple in the past? Wang Ku glared at him. That's right. Bujie nodded. You, why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Ku glared. I told you a long time ago. I told you before we signed the contract. I'm familiar with all the monks in the Blood Crossing Temple. I even told you that the monk Jessa you mentioned is my disciple. Bujie said innocently. Wang Ku's face darkened. I thought you were just bragging. Why should I brag? Monks don't lie. I've never been one to brag. Bujie explained. By the way, I heard that you guys were talking about something called Mahayana Buddhism. What does it mean? Gong Wei asked curiously while drinking tea. It's him. He made up a Mahayana Buddhism and told me to recite it. Otherwise, I would have to pay for it. Bujie pointed at Wang Ku. You made up a Buddhist scripture? Gong Wei stared at him. Of course, the situation was urgent. I was afraid that Bujie wouldn't be able to recite it well, so I made one up for him. Wang Ku said awkwardly. Why wouldn't he be able to recite it well? Back in the Blood Crossing Temple, Bujie was invincible in debating scriptures. Why doesn't he know how to recite scriptures? Is there a Buddhist scripture that he doesn't know? Gong Wei asked in surprise. Wang Ku looked at Bujie with a darkened face. You know a lot of Buddhist scriptures? That's right. I told you that day that I can recite all the Buddhist scriptures in the world. All the Buddhist scriptures in the 100,000 mountains came from the Blood Crossing Temple. I used to stay in the Blood Crossing Temple's library and memorized all of them. I know all of them. Bujie nodded. You know? You want me to make up a Mahayana Buddhism scripture? Wang Ku glared at him. I told you that I know a lot of Buddhist scriptures and I can recite them myself. You don't believe me. Why do you want me to recite some Mahayana Buddhism scripture? Bujie said, feeling wronged. Wang Ku, did I make a mistake? A monk from the Blood Crossing Temple? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you say that you don't know the state preceptor? The state preceptor is from the Blood Crossing Temple. You don't know him? You even said that you are familiar with all the monks from the Blood Crossing Temple. You don't even know the state preceptor? You still have the face to say that monks don't lie? Wang Ku glared at him. State preceptor? He's a fake. He's not a monk from the Blood Crossing Temple. He's a fake. Bujie explained. Wang Ku, the state preceptor isn't from the Blood Crossing Temple? He's a fake? A fake monk like you is the real one from the Blood Crossing Temple? What are you guys trying to do? Aren't you Master Jessa's teacher? Master Jessa is already so strong. What's with you? Wang Ku asked in surprise. I'm Jessa's teacher. Back then, he turned into a lust and his demonic nature grew stronger. Sigh, it's all my fault for not teaching him well. Later on, the monks from the Blood Crossing Temple wanted to kill the lust. In order to save my disciple, I was chased out of the Blood Crossing Temple. Back then, in order to save my disciple, I had to pay the price of my cultivation. After that, I moved to Zhoujing. Bujie said. After that, you gave up on yourself and ate meat and drank wine every day? Gong Wei asked with a strange expression. Who gave up on myself? I have seen through the world of mortals, I have seen through everything. Wine and meat are no longer a discipline for me. I am sharpening my Buddhist heart. What do you know? Bujie glared. Drinking wine and eating meat can sharpen your Buddhist heart? Wang Ku was shocked. My Buddhist heart is still a little bit away from perfection. But it's already much better. The original intention of Buddha is to have a heart as clear as a mirror, not to be disturbed by dust. For those ordinary monks, their cultivation bases have yet to reach that level. When it comes to drinking wine and eating meat, they feel as though there's a huge mountain pressing down on them. They don't dare to touch it. Their hearts can't let go, so their cultivation bases aren't high enough. My heart has already let go, so there's no need for me to worry anymore. Bujie explained. Wang Ku's expression froze. This is the first time I've seen a monk talking about breaking the rules in such a refreshing manner. Monk Bujie, you've really taught me a lesson. To think that a monk can be so shameless. Bujie had a depressed look on his face. I've explained for so long, but you still don't understand. Oh right, my subordinate said that you came to Zhoujing a few months ago and stayed under the Buddha's head. Could it be that you came here to look for Monk Bujie? Wang Ku asked curiously. Nonsense, if I didn't come here to look for Monk Bujie, who would I look for? I asked him where my husband went. He told me that he was heading west. I went to look for him, but in the end I couldn't find him. I heard that my husband has become a holy monk, so why did he come here to hold an expiation ceremony? Gong Wei asked in a low voice. It's the boundless heaven and earth expiation ceremony. Wang Ku explained. Gong Wei's face turned black. You must be making this up, right? Wang Ku's expression froze. He couldn't continue this topic. He turned his head and looked at Bujie. Why is the palace lord asking you about Grandmaster Jesse's whereabouts? Aren't you in Zhoujing every day? Grandmaster Jesse has never been to Zhoujing before, right? I know a Buddhist innate technique called mind reading, Bujie replied. Mind reading? Wang Ku had a puzzled look on his face. Although Bujie's cultivation base has been crippled, he still has some strange abilities. For example, this mind reading. He can use this ability to sense the approximate location of my husband, Gong Wei explained. Wang Ku stared at Bujie. Is this for real? Satellite positioning? You have such an ability? Buddhist innate techniques are not satellite positioning. Ba. Bujie explained. Can you give Jessa the monk a call? No, I mean your Buddhist arts and telepathy. Even if the two of them are thousands of miles apart, how can they chat? Wang Ku asked curiously. Currently, my cultivation hasn't reached that level. But theoretically speaking, I should be able to do it with my mind reading. Bujie explained. So high level? Grandmaster, can you teach me? Wang Ku asked agitatedly. Ba. If Benefactor Wang Ku wants to learn, it's not impossible. As long as you convert to Buddhism, I can impart my Buddhist arts to you. Bujie nodded. Wang Ku's face turned black. You want me to become a monk? What are you thinking? I still want to marry a wife and have children. I'm the only son of 9 generations. Then there's no other way. Bujie shook his head. That's not right. Can I become a monk like you? I don't have to abstain from anything. Isn't that enough? I can still marry and have children? Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Bujie's face turned black. Don't be like me. This poor monk's Bujie is letting go of his obsession. He doesn't really want to break the precepts. Monks are not allowed to marry and have children. Says who? Didn't your disciple marry a wife? Isn't that the palace lord? Wang Ku had a look of disbelief on his face. Bujie! You're so stingy. Wang Ku rolled his eyes. Bujie! Palace lord, you've seen it for yourself. It's really not easy to find you. Do you think there's a way to return with me and become the sect lord? Wang Ku asked again. Don't even think about it. Gong Wei glared at Wang Ku. That's not it. You can state your conditions. We can discuss it. At most, I will sacrifice myself and let you touch my chest? Wang Ku said with an expression as though he was willing to sacrifice himself. I can't do it to someone I know. Gong Wei shook his head. Wang Ku! You want to talk about conditions? That's fine too. Help me find my husband and let him follow me to the Heavenly Wolf sect. Be my mistress, no, my husband. I can consider it. Gong Wei directly stated his conditions. Hugh, alright. I'll try my best. As long as you have conditions. Wang Ku sighed. Ba. Jessa has already become a monk. It's impossible for him to marry and have children. You guys can just give up on this idea. Bujie shook his head. Wang Ku glared at him. You don't care about meat and vegetables. What right do you have to stop others from marrying and having children? Jessa's matters have nothing to do with you. You don't have to butt in. Bujie. You know that my cultivation has been crippled, so you're not afraid of me anymore? Palace Master, it's settled then. Whether Jessa is willing to continue his relationship with you or not, we don't care. I will be responsible for finding Jessa and tying him up in your room for you to deal with. What do you think? Wang Ku looked at Gong Wei. Tie him up in my room? Gong Wei's eyes lit up. That's right. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. In any case, he's your husband. We will pretend that we didn't see him. You can deal with him yourself. If I can do this, you will agree to let me inherit the position of sect leader and protect me in the Heavenly Wolf sect. What do you think? Wang Ku said expectantly. Ha ha ha, I can't even find my husband and you still dare to say that you can tie him up in my room? Fine, it's settled then. Gong Wei said in disbelief. It's a deal then. Monk Bujie, you heard it. Can you be the witness? Wang Ku said to Bujie. Bujie's face darkened. Witness? Witness you two scourges tying my disciple up in the bridal chamber? Ha Pui. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 254. Zhou Capital, at the entrance of the palace. A convoy of carriages from the Wang family was slowly moving towards the demon suppression temple in the east of the city. The soldiers were leading the way and it was extremely majestic. In the middle of the convoy was a huge carriage. It was the dragon carriage of the great Zhou king. Two people were sitting in the dragon carriage. They were the great Zhou king and the state tutor. Zhou Wang looked like a man in his 40s. He had a red mole between his eyebrows and he was wearing a dragon robe. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. State tutor? We are doing fine in the palace. Why are we coming out? Don't bother about that holy monk. Zhou Wang frowned and said worriedly. Ba. Your Majesty, don't you want to take a look? The state tutor asked in a deep voice. I don't want to. I want to stay in the palace. Otherwise, those fiendish demons will catch me. Zhou Wang's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The state tutor looked at Zhou Wang and frowned. Your Majesty, is there something you haven't told me? What is it? Zhou Wang looked at the state tutor nervously. For example, did the lust leave anything to you for safekeeping? The state tutor asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Didn't I check you? No. Zhou Wang's eyes were filled with uncertainty. The state tutor frowned and looked at Zhou Wang. Indeed, he had checked many times over the past few days. If there was a problem, he would have found it long ago. State tutor, let's go back? Zhou Wang asked nervously. I want to see the holy monk. If your Majesty doesn't want to go, you can command the convoy to go back immediately. I will go to the demon suppression temple myself. The state tutor said in a deep voice. Zhou Wang's face stiffened. Forget it. I will go wherever the state tutor goes. Are you that afraid of those fiendish demons? The state tutor frowned. Of course I am afraid. I am just a mortal. I have trained hard and only reached the Khanate realm. How can I not be afraid? Zhou Wang said immediately. The state tutor frowned and stared at Zhou Wang. He shook his head. You are the most cowardly king I have ever seen. Zhou Wang. Follow me closely later. There may be a big battle. The state tutor said in a deep voice. Yes. Okay. Zhou Wang immediately nodded his head desperately. Zhou Wang's convoy was traveling on the streets. There were two blood-robed figures in the distance. Patriarch Xue Pao, they're out. One of the crimson-robed men said in a deep voice. I saw it, Rat King. Just as I expected, heh. Ancestor Shui Pao sneered. Just as you expected? Could it be that you were the one who planned for the state preceptor and Prince Zhou to leave the palace? The Rat King asked in surprise. Patriarch Shui Pao was silent for a while. You found someone to bully the state preceptor? Forcing the state preceptor to pay respects to the holy monk? SSS? Why? If my investigation is not wrong, those monks who went to bully the imperial tutor are all righteous disciples. How did you manage to convince them? Rat King asked in surprise. Patriarch Shui Pao said in a deep voice, I have my ways, you don't need to know. The Rat King was silent for a while. Obviously, both of them had their own secret. In a situation where both parties had rejected each other, it was indeed inappropriate to continue asking. You think that the Buddha treasure is with Zhou Wang? Rat King asked curiously. Prince of Zhou? Patriarch Shui Pao snorted disdainfully. But state preceptor has been protecting Prince Zhou. What do you think we should do? Rat King frowned. Later, when the state preceptor enters the demon-subduing temple to pay respects to the holy monk, he will definitely let his guard down. At that moment, we will immediately take action, Patriarch Shui Pao said in a deep voice. Wait for them to enter the demon-subduing temple before we take action? Rat King asked doubtfully. That's right, the state preceptor is very powerful. In the previous battle, we were no match for him. But this time, we are not here to fight. You will be in charge of stopping the state preceptor. I will capture that kid. No, I will capture Prince Zhou. Once we succeed, we will leave immediately. Patriarch Shui Pao said in a deep voice. What about the holy monk? The holy monk might be a lust. Rat King frowned. I don't care if the holy monk is a lust or not. I only want Prince Zhou. When the time comes, if you want to capture the lust, you can capture him yourself, Patriarch Shui Pao said in a deep voice. Rat King stared at Patriarch Shui Pao and said, So, the Buddha treasure is indeed with Prince Zhou Wang? Patriarch Shui Pao looked at the convoy in the distance and did not explain. In the demon-subduing temple, Wang Ku and Gong Wei had finally reached a tacit agreement and obtained Gong Wei's promise. Although Bujie refused to be a witness, Wang Ku was not afraid that Gong Wei would go back on his word. Wang Ku, you are quite confident, aren't you? Gong Wei said in surprise. Of course. I found you even when I was looking for you. How can I not find Master Jessa? Wang Ku said confidently. How are you going to find him? Gong Wei asked curiously. Aren't I looking for him now? As long as Bujie continues to tarnish Master Jessa's reputation, I don't believe that he will do nothing. I think that when he hears the news here, he will rush over just like you. Wang Ku explained. Gong Wei. Bujie. You are so shameless. How can you use such a dirty trick? Amitba. As a monk, everything is void. Jessa can be considered to have a Buddhist heart. He shouldn't be so bothered, right? I think you should change your method. Bujie frowned and persuaded. Says who? I remember that Jessa has obsessive-compulsive disorder. How can someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder allow others to tarnish his reputation? Especially when his master is tarnishing his reputation, he should be even more anxious to clarify things, right? Wang Ku recalled. I didn't tarnish Jessa's reputation. Besides, isn't this all your fault? Bujie said angrily. Obsessive-compulsive disorder? What kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder does my husband have? Gong Wei asked curiously. Don't you know? It's the Devil Suppression Temple. He's crazy. No, he has obsessive-compulsive disorder. The Devil Suppression Temple was destroyed, and he wants to rebuild it exactly the same. Is it worth it to rebuild a broken temple to the same level? Besides, the Devil Suppression Temple doesn't even have a special array. How can it suppress the blood demons? What blood demons? The devil seeds below are all lust's own devil seeds. Is he suppressing himself? Wang Ku said with disdain. Amitba. Benefactor Wang Ku, you really have the root of wisdom. Bujie said. What root of wisdom? Wang Ku didn't understand. Jessa, in the Devil Suppression Temple, he's suppressing himself, Bujie said. Wang Ku. Suppressing himself? In the past, his Dharma name was Lust. After he turned into a devil, his personality changed drastically. However, because of the method I taught him, he was able to reform Jessa's personality. As Jessa's personality and will grew stronger, Jessa's heart grew stronger as well. The lust that Jessa suppressed was his inner demon. He wasn't suppressing other blood demons, he was suppressing himself. That devil suppression temple represented his state of mind. The collapse of the Buddha statue in the devil suppression temple represented his failure to suppress his inner demon. Releasing the blood demons to wreak havoc in the mountains was actually releasing his inner demon, lust. Hence, he suppressed himself in the devil suppression temple every day. Hence, he didn't wish for the devil suppression temple to change. Bujie explained. Wang Ku glared at Bujie. His schizophrenia was taught by you? Amitba. He chose it himself. Cultivating Buddhism is cultivating one's heart. Suppressing one's inner demon would allow one to obtain the fruit of Buddhism. He's doing something big. Once he completely suppresses his inner demon, his future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. Bujie explained. Wang Ku's face turned black. His future achievements are going to be obsessive-compulsive disorder plus schizophrenia? Monk Bujie, aren't you too good at conning people? No, you're too good at conning your disciples. Bujie, do you understand? This is a journey of cultivating one's heart. What conning people? Just as the three of them were chatting, a figure suddenly appeared outside the grand hall. Who's there? How did you get in? Why didn't the array warn you? The Wang clan disciples outside the grand hall exclaimed. Wang Ku and the others looked outside the grand hall and saw a purple-robed woman standing outside. Amethyst? Wang Ku exclaimed. He, Wang Ku, you really know how to create trouble. How long has it been? You created another holy monk? Zibufan stood outside the hall and asked in surprise. Wang Ku waved his hand at the surrounding Wang clan disciples, indicating for them to leave. You again? Gong Wei glared. Amethyst also looked at Gong Wei in shock. Gong Wei was currently disguised as a burly man with a mustache. However, because he was talking to Wang Ku just now, he didn't change his voice. It was still Gong Wei's voice, a woman's voice. A burly man with a mustache speaking in a weak woman's voice? You're a sissy? Amethyst's face twitched. What sissy? You're the sissy. Gong Wei wasn't going to back down. You have a death wish. Amethyst glared. She was about to teach the burly man a lesson. Hall Master Z, please calm down. We're on the same side, on the same side. Wang Ku stepped forward to smooth things over. Who's on the same side as her? Wang Ku, she's a demon, isn't she? How can you be on the same side as her? Gong Wei glared. Oh? A righteous sissy? Amethyst glared. Alright, can the two of you give me some face? After all, this is a temple built by me and the holy monk together. Look, the holy monk's face is pale because of you. Wang Ku yelled, upset. Was it really like repelling like? They had just met and hadn't even gotten to the point, and they were already arguing? Why? The holy monk's face is pale? The two ladies looked at the holy monk. It's none of my business. You can fight all you want. I don't mind. The holy monk shrugged. When he shrugged, the 3 layers of disfigured faces on his palms sent chills down their spines. What the F***ck, that was disgusting. The 2 ladies shuddered and turned their heads away. Hall Master Z, what brings you here? Come and have a rest. Have a cup of tea and we can talk. Wang Ku asked curiously. Amethyst looked at Wang Ku strangely. Wang Ku, are you really not afraid of anything? Afraid? Of what? Wang Ku didn't understand. Tianjin already told me that he saw my lightning whip at your place a few days ago. The lightning whip wasn't with Mo Sanshan. You took it, right? Am I right? Zi Bufan asked with widened eyes. Tianjin? Hall Master Zi, you're the leader of the demonic sect. He's the leader of the righteous sect. The righteous sect and the demonic sect can't coexist. How can you believe what a leader of the righteous sect told you? Wang Ku immediately denied. The righteous sect and the demonic sect can't coexist? It would be fine if someone else said that, but Wang Ku said it. Aren't you ashamed? P.S. First update. Continue your outburst today. Chapter 255. In the main hall of the demon-subduing temple, Wang Ku denied that he had the lightning whip. Amethyst stared at him coldly. Wang Ku, Tianjin wouldn't lie to me. If you don't return my lightning whip, don't blame me for what happens next. Amethyst glared at Wang Ku. Why can't Tianjin lie to you? Wang Ku asked curiously. That's none of your business. Humph, don't make me do it myself. Amethyst snorted. Hall Master Zi, please calm down. Listen to me first. That Tianjin has a screw loose. Have you noticed? Wang Ku frowned. Tianjin has a screw loose? Amethyst frowned. Yeah. I don't know what he told you, but he's been giving me a lot of trouble ever since I left the Dragon Immortal Town. He said he wanted to talk to me every time, but he didn't show up every time I waited for him. I don't know why. It was the same in Qingjing. I told him that Devil Lord was nearby and that he should stop messing around. If there was anything, he could talk to me in private. He insisted on egging your brother on to fight the Devil Lord. In the end, he got your brother into trouble. Do you know about that? Wang Ku asked. Amethyst's face darkened. What happened in Qingjing had spread like wildfire. How could I not know about it? I told him that the Devil Lord was nearby, but he didn't believe me and brought your brother Zi Zhongshan to fight. Tell me, is he sick in the head? Wang Ku asked. Amethyst was speechless. What can't we talk about? If there's any misunderstanding, we can talk about it. He won't. He came to see me a few days ago. I don't know what he wanted to do, but after a lot of trouble, he made himself vomit blood in front of everyone and flew away with injuries all over his body. I couldn't stop him. Tell me, is he sick in the head? Wang Ku asked. Amethyst. Amethyst had also found out about what had happened a few days ago. The news she heard was that Tianjin had committed blasphemy against the gods and had been punished by the heavens. Do you think I'll believe such a thing? Wang Ku had a strange look on his face as he said, there was another time. You might not know this, but Tianjin came to us and asked us to punch him. I'll be damned. This is the first time I've seen such a request. Running in front of you and letting someone punch him? Amethyst was shocked. Yes, she hit him. Wang Ku pointed at Gong Wei. That's right. He asked me to punch him, and then he used a pair of chopsticks to perform acupuncture. I don't even know what he's up to. Gong Wei nodded. Amethyst. Was Tianjin really sick in the head? Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. This is Lust's wife. Wang Ku pointed at Gong Wei. Lust's wife? This sissy? Amethyst's eyes widened in shock. Bullsh *T. Wang Ku, don't spout nonsense. I have nothing to do with Lust. My husband is Jessa, not Lust. Gong Wei glared at Wang Ku. It's the same. I'm just trying to make Amethyst understand who I am. Wang Ku quickly explained. Humph. Gong Wei glared at Wang Ku. Amethyst took out a leaflet. It was the same leaflet that Wang Ku had advertised. There was a picture of the holy monk Jessa on the leaflet. Amethyst looked at the leaflet, then turned to look at the holy monk. You're Jessa? Are you her husband? Amitba. It's a misunderstanding. Bujie shuddered. The tigress's husband? What a joke. Bullsh *T. He's not Jessa. Gong Wei glared. Hall Master Zi, the Jessa we're talking about is Lust. Wang Ku quickly explained. Amethyst looked at the three people in the hall and pondered for a moment. So the Lust I caught is not a fake? Huh? What do you mean? Wang Ku was shocked. Gong Wei and Bujie also looked at Amethyst. A few days ago, I caught a monk who looked exactly like Lust. I thought the Lust had lost his memory, so I tested him. But he kept saying he was a monk, that he saw the disciples of the demonic sect as his enemies. He seemed to be imitating Lust and calling himself the mighty heavenly dragon. But he was so weak that he fell with a push. Is he really a Lust? Amethyst narrowed her eyes. My husband was captured by you? What did you do to him? Gong Wei glared angrily. Calm down, calm down. Hall Master, let's talk. Let's talk. Wang Ku quickly stopped Gong Wei, who was about to explode. Amethyst looked at Gong Wei in shock. Are you a man or a woman? This is the South Wolf Hall Master of the Sky Wolf sect, Gong Wei. Pure woman. No, pure woman. Wang Ku explained. Sky Wolf sect? The South Wolf Hall Master who hasn't shown himself for 800 years? Amethyst was shocked. Please calm down, both of you. Let's talk this out. We're here to solve the problem, not to create conflict. Wang Ku quickly stopped the two women. The two women glared at Wang Ku. Are you a righteous disciple or a demonic disciple? Which side are you on? Hall Master Z, you said you caught Master Jessa, no Lust? Wang Ku asked curiously. That's right. I have him, Amethyst said calmly. What are you going to do with him? Wang Ku asked curiously. I thought he looked like a Lust, so I was going to make him listen to me and pretend to be a Lust. But he really is a Lust. Hee, the world is full of surprises, Amethyst said with a strange expression. Have you ever thought that Lust is now wanted by the entire demonic sect? If you take in Lust, will Devil Lord and the others see you as an enemy? Will you get into trouble? Wang Ku asked. Can't you just keep it a secret? Who's going to tell? Amethyst said disdainfully. I will tell others, Wang Ku said from the side. Amethyst was speechless. You're so shameless. Do you have a death wish? Why are you always going against me? Seeing that Amethyst was about to lose her temper, Wang Ku immediately said, It's not just me. Look, the holy monk and the palace master will tell too. Amethyst looked at the two of them. Gong Wei's expression was normal. The holy monk's expression changed. Amitabha, monks will never tell. You don't have to look at me like that. Wang Ku, what are you trying to say? Amethyst looked at Wang Ku coldly. Hall Master Z, I have a suggestion. How about this? It's good for me, you, the palace master, and the holy monk. It's good for all four of us. What do you think? Wang Ku said. The three of them looked at Wang Ku. How about this? Lust is actually a hot potato for you. Can we exchange this hot potato for something? Wang Ku looked at Amethyst. Exchange for what? Amethyst asked curiously. The lightning whip. Don't worry, I'll help you find the lightning whip. We'll exchange the money and the goods. No, we'll exchange the person and the whip. You'll benefit from this and have your hot potato solved. What do you think? Wang Ku said expectantly. The lightning whip is really with you. Amethyst glared. Don't, Hall Master Z. Let's not talk about whether the lightning whip is with me first. You lost the lightning whip. It's not my fault. I didn't steal the lightning whip from you. You can't blame me for this. I'm innocent. Wang Ku quickly cleared his name. Amethyst looked at Wang Ku coldly. Don't look at me like that. I'm helping you solve the problem. I know where the lightning whip is. I'll help you find it. We'll exchange the person and the whip. How about that? You'll solve a hot potato and find a long-lost treasure. You'll kill two birds with one stone. Wang Ku persuaded. Lust is a hot potato to me but not to you? Amethyst glared. You're right. Wang Ku said excitedly. Amethyst was speechless. Wang Ku turned his head to look at Gong Wei. Palace Master, did you hear that? Hall Master Z has agreed to my request. I had to spend a lot of effort and a huge price to get Lust for heaven, no, to get Master Jessa back. You must remember your promise from before. As long as I bring Master Jessa to your room, you'll be responsible for protecting me. No, protecting me. Amethyst stared at Wang Ku. What do you mean? Bring lust to this sissy's room? No, the female boudoir of the bearded man? What for? Use all my strength and pay a huge price? An enormous price? Gong Wei glared at Wang Ku. You're so shameless. How can you say it's so valuable when you have to return it after taking someone else's things? Palace Master, you can't go back on your words. Why do you care how I do it? I'll just bring Master Jessa to you. You must think carefully. If I don't exchange Hall Master Z for Master Jessa, his life will be in danger. I'm saving his life. How can you not agree? Look, the holy monk is still here as a witness. Also, the head of the demonic sect is watching. You can't let the demonic sect see the righteous faction as a joke, right? Wang Ku urged. Bujie's face darkened. Who's going to be your witness? You want to humiliate my disciple and I have to be your witness? Amethyst had a strange look on her face. She finally understood why Wang Ku was able to do so well in the righteous faction. How could he say something so shameless? All right, bring him here first. Let me consummate my marriage. Gong Wei glared. Wang Ku looked at Amethyst. Amethyst felt strange. You're the woman of the mustache man? You want to consummate your marriage with lust? F***ck. What sin did lust heaven commit? Sure, but you have to return the lightning whip to me first. Amethyst said. Hand him over first. Give me the whip first. The two women refused to budge. Wang Ku's face darkened. Both of you, hand over the man and the whip. Bullsh***. He's not even here. Where do I get him from? Give me the lightning whip first. Amethyst said. Wang Ku, don't listen to her. What if she's lying to us? She didn't even catch my husband. Gong Wei stopped him. Why don't we wait for you? Hall Leader Z, you're going to get him? I'll go get the lightning whip too. It's not with me. Wang Ku said. Haha, you don't believe me? Amethyst looked at Wang Ku coldly. No, it's a rule of the trade. Money and goods. Wang Ku smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, if you don't give me the lightning whip, I'll go back and kill lust. I'm not in a hurry to get it anyway. Amethyst said shamelessly. No, Hall Leader Z, you can't do that. Wang Ku said anxiously. Your mother like this. Z Bufan was unwilling to give up. Damn it, if you want to kill my husband, I'll kill you first. Gong Wei rolled up his sleeves. Ladies, let's talk. Talk. Wang Ku said anxiously. F***ck. Why are you two so difficult to deal with for such a good thing? Neither of them gave in. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, a disciple of the Wang family rushed into the hall. Master, the state preceptor and Zhou Wang have arrived at the demon suppression temple. They want us to open the door and welcome them. The disciple said. The state preceptor and Zhou Wang are here? Can't they see that we're busy here? Wang Ku said gloomily. I'm trying to mediate a fight between two shrews. I'm so busy, and you want me to open the door and welcome them? Are you kidding me? Wang Ku, didn't you say that it's not good to meet the state preceptor and Zhou Wang? If they start a fight, won't it be? The holy monk frowned. Wang Ku's face froze. Indeed, it's really troublesome. Monk Bujie, stop the two of them. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Wang Ku said immediately. Monk Bujie, you want me, a weak monk, to stop two nascent soul realm cultivators? What are you thinking? Hall Master Z, Palace Master, there must be a way to get the best of both worlds. Wait for a while, don't be anxious. At most, the Palace Master and I will go with Hall Master Z to get Zhou Wang. Don't be anxious, wait for me to come back. Wang Ku comforted the two ladies. Humph. The two ladies snorted. They stopped for a while, but they were still staring at each other coldly. It was obvious that they could explode again at any time. Monk Bujie, I'm counting on you here, Wang Ku said. Wang Ku turned around and ran out of the demon suppression temple to welcome the state preceptor and Zhou Wang. There's still a third update. Chapter 256. At the entrance of the demon-subduing temple, on the Buddha's head plaza, the great Zhou King's carriage had arrived. The surrounding soldiers chased away the crowd so that the great Zhou King's carriage could have a quiet and safe environment. The commoners did not care too much. After all, that was the great Zhou King. He naturally had the bearing of a king. Look, that's the great Zhou King? Also, that's the imperial tutor who suppressed all the demons. I heard that he came from the Blood Crossing Temple. He's so powerful. A commoner who was blocked by the soldiers pointed and said, "What's so powerful about the imperial tutor? Is he as powerful as the holy monk?" The holy monk is the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. But the holy monk has no cultivation. What cultivation does the holy monk need? He came to the mortal world to cultivate. Where would he have the time to cultivate? The holy monk has Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to look after him. After doing good deeds in the mortal world, he will become an immortal after death. I heard that the one who forced the holy monk to preach was the imperial tutor. I heard that the imperial tutor is here to apologize to the holy monk. Impossible, he is the senior monk of the Blood Crossing Temple. Why would he apologize to the holy monk? What is the Blood Crossing Temple? How can it be compared to the disciple of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Although the commoners and righteous disciples did not speak loudly, the imperial tutor still heard it. Even though he was usually calm and composed, at this moment, his face could not help but twitch a few times. "Imperial tutor, they said that you are here to apologize to the holy monk?" The great Zhou King asked curiously. The imperial tutor's face darkened. "Apologize? The holy monk is just a liar. Why would I apologize to him?" "Ah? Liar?" Zhou Wang stared. How dare he? He dares to stir up trouble in Zhou capital. I will expose him in front of everyone. Also, follow me closely. There might be more demons, don't get caught. The imperial tutor looked at Zhou Wang. Don't worry, I will follow you closely," Zhou Wang said nervously. The imperial tutor and Zhou Wang looked at the gate outside the demon-subduing temple, waiting for the holy monk and Wang Ku to invite them in. In another corner, Rat King and Patriarch Xuepao were also staring at the Buddha's head square. "Do you see that? The imperial preceptor is leading Zhou Wang step by step. It's not convenient for us to make a move. Once we enter the demon-suppressing temple, the monks will force the imperial preceptor to apologize to the holy monk. At that time, the grand preceptor will definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. While he is arguing with the holy monk, you and I will immediately take action," Patriarch Xuepao said in a deep voice. Rat King looked at Patriarch Xuepao with a hint of surprise. "You really didn't miss anything? Flawless? Of course. For today's trap, I've used a lot of connections," Patriarch Xuepao said in a deep voice. The Rat King nodded. "All right, we'll just have to wait for them to enter the demon-suppressing temple." Just as everyone was waiting, the door to the demon-suppression temple opened. However, he only opened half the door. Wang Ku took a step forward. The state preceptor and Zhou Wang chuckled. Patriarch Xuepao and Rat King also showed confidence. Everything was waiting for Wang Ku to lead the imperial advisor and Zhou Wang into the demon-suppressing temple. A great battle was about to break out. Prince of Zhou? State preceptor? The holy monk is not seeing any guests today. You guys can go back, Wang Ku suddenly said. The state preceptor's face stiffened. The monks who were about to add fuel to the fire were stunned. Patriarch Xuepao and Rat King, who were hiding in the dark, were also stunned. Damn it, everything had been arranged, but the last step was stuck? You're chasing the state preceptor and Zhou Wang away? You want them to go back? Then what about our plan? Wang Ku did not notice the complexity of the situation around him. After he finished speaking, he saw that no one said anything and immediately nodded. All right, I've passed on my message. That's all. Wang Ku was about to close the door and reject the guests. In the demon suppression temple, 2 women were a drama. He did not even have the time to deal with it. How could he have the time to entertain others? However, the state preceptor, Rat King, and Patriarch Shui Pao looked at Wang Ku, who was about to close the door. Everyone's plan was going to be in vain. How awkward was this scene? Stop! The state preceptor shouted. What do you want? Wang Ku was stunned. The state preceptor's face darkened. Today, Zhou Wang and I personally came out of the palace to see the holy monk. Why is the holy monk unwilling to see us? That's right, that's right. Benefactor Wang Ku, the state preceptor is here to apologize to the holy monk. Let the state preceptor meet the holy monk. Some of the monks arranged by Patriarch Shui Pao immediately shouted. Wang Ku's face stiffened. Meet the holy monk? If this dragged on, Gong Wei and Amethyst would be fighting. How could he have the time to entertain you? Apologize? There's no need for that. The holy monk did not blame you. State preceptor, don't think too much. Relax, go back and sleep. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Quickly go back. Wang Ku urged. State preceptor. Patriarch Shui Pao. What the F***ck Wang Ku, is there something wrong with you? Who wants to go back and sleep? How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you stop the state preceptor and I in the great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Wang glared. Zhou Wang, is there something wrong with your brain? Wang Ku glared. What did you say? Zhou Wang glared. How dare you? A group of soldiers shouted at Wang Ku. Aren't you the great king of the great Zhou dynasty? Yes, you're the human king, so what? My cousin is the great king of Daqing, but he's not as arrogant as you. I'm a disciple of the celestial sect, an exalted immortal. Can you be more polite? Wang Ku glared. Zhou Wang's face stiffened. He looked at the state preceptor, as if asking him to teach Wang Ku a lesson. Don't look at the state preceptor. What's so great about the state preceptor? He's from the Du Shui Temple? The Du Shui Temple and the Sky Wolf sect are equally famous. I'm the temple master of the Sky Wolf sect. How is the state preceptor related to the Du Shui Temple? In terms of administrative rank, he might not be higher than me. What are you talking about? He can't just attack me for no reason. Do you expect him to cause trouble for me? Wang Ku stared at Zhou Wang and asked. Zhou Wang's face stiffened. Wang Ku, aren't you going overboard? State preceptor said in a deep voice. What's going overboard? You want to enter my house, but I don't want to let you in. How is that overboard? Oh, you think you're in the right when you barge into my house? Do you still want to fight your way in? So many people are watching. How am I in the wrong when I don't want others to enter my house? Speaking of the Du Shui Temple, you're not in the right either. Wang Ku glared. State preceptor. Patriarch Shui Pao. Zhou Wang. Damn, Wang Ku is determined not to let state preceptor and Zhou Wang in? This is the mortal world in the great Zhou dynasty. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people are the king's subjects. Wang Ku, this is the capital of Zhou. Wang Ku can go anywhere unimpeded. Moreover, Zhou Wang and I are treating you with respect. We only want to see the holy monk. How can you be so rude? State preceptor said coldly. Who's rude? You want to enter my house, but you don't even tell me in advance. Is this treating us with respect? It means treating us with respect. You should have at least sent someone to negotiate with us a day in advance, right? You didn't. You brought a bunch of people and wanted to barge in. Why should I let you in? And you say I'm being unreasonable. Zhou Wang? Is Zhou Wang great? You think you can do whatever you want? The holy monk came all the way to the great Zhou dynasty to expiate the souls of the people of the great Zhou dynasty. You keep coming to disturb us. You're treating the holy monk's kindness as ill intent. The holy monk is worried sick for the people of the great Zhou dynasty. He's exhausted and only wants to rest. He won't see any guests. What else do you want? Wang Ku said with a glare. In terms of reasoning, Wang Ku had never lost. Is this your house? This is clearly the Fiend's Suppression Temple. The holy monk should be the one in charge. Zhou Wang reprimanded. I bought the land and built the temple. I lent the Fiend's Suppression Temple to the holy monk. How is it not my house? Zhou Wang, you should bring the state preceptor back. You shouldn't interfere in the matters of the immortal sex in the secular world. Wang Ku urged. Zhou Wang's expression froze. How dare you? Wang Ku, I'm now questioning the holy monk's identity. How dare you boast in front of us? Today, I'm here with the state preceptor to expose you. The surrounding monks' expressions froze. Zhou Wang, what are you trying to do? Even the state preceptor looked at Zhou Wang with a strange expression. Damn it, we haven't even started to expose you. Why did you shout it out in advance? Wang Ku stared at Zhou Wang and took a deep breath. Good. You all suspect that the holy monk is fake? Are you all suspicious? Good. The holy monk came to Zhou capital without any selfish desires. He didn't want to show his face for fear of disturbing everyone's lives. Such a virtuous senior monk only cares about the common people. You all actually suspect the holy monk's intentions. Fine, you all are good. You all suspect the holy monk and the boundless heaven and earth transcendence ceremony. Then we will withdraw. Wang Ku shouted. Withdraw? What does that mean? Everyone looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Holy monk, they suspect our intentions. That's too hurtful. Let's withdraw. I'll bring you to the great Qing dynasty. My cousin will definitely welcome you. Is that okay? Wang Ku turned his head and shouted at the Fiend's Suppression Temple. Ba. Sure. The holy monk's voice sounded. Everyone stared at Wang Ku. No one expected Wang Ku to be so ruthless. He didn't want to play anymore. Alright, we'll just go our separate ways. State Preceptor Zhou Wang, you don't have to expose us. I can tell you that whatever you say is the truth. If you say that the holy monk is fake, then he's fake. If this place doesn't want me, then there will be a place for me. Damn it, we came all the way here to help the great Zhou dynasty, but all we get is cold suspicion. Goodbye, we'll move immediately. We don't want this place anymore. Wang Ku shouted. State Preceptor. Patriarch Xuepao. All the monks. Damn it, that's not the script. How can you all withdraw? How can you all just leave like that? If you all leave, what will happen to our plan? Patriarch Xuepao had calculated everything, but he never thought that Wang Ku and the holy monk would spread the news for so long. They just left like that. Couldn't they just hold on a little longer? At least wait until we start fighting before you withdraw. Damn it. It wasn't that Wang Ku didn't want to persist, but it was completely unnecessary. The original intention of building the Fiend's Suppression Temple was to find Gong Wei. Now that they've found him, what's the point of keeping the Fiend's Suppression Temple? They wanted to continue because they wanted to find Master Jessa, but Amethyst helped them find him. What's the point of staying in the Fiend's Suppression Temple? Waiting for others to expose them? The holy monk is fake. Wang Ku knew that better than anyone else. Now that someone's trying to expose them, do you think I'm crazy? Sticking my face out for you all to slap? Stay and act with you all? What if I screw up? Quit while I'm ahead. It's time to leave. I'll throw the blame back to you all. I'm so smart. P.S. End of Third Watch. Chapter 257. Zhou Capital Buddha's Head Square. When Wang Ku and the holy monk were about to leave, the situation became awkward. This king is crazy. The state preceptor just wants to meet the holy monk. Why do you want to leave just like that? What was the grand tutor going to do? What about Patriarch Xuepao's trap? Also, what about the monks that Patriarch Xuepao arranged through his connections? You can't be so irresponsible. So many people are waiting for the plot to develop. Why did you suddenly withdraw? The Grand Tutor took a few deep breaths to suppress the agitation in his heart. Zhou Wang was also embarrassed. He didn't know what to do. But things were far from over. The people who were stopped by the soldiers started to make a ruckus. "Holy monk, you can't leave! Your Majesty, how can you slander the holy monk? The holy monk has no desires. He only wants to release the souls of the dead. Why did you bring the Grand Tutor to cause trouble and force the holy monk to leave the Great Zhou dynasty? The Great Zhou dynasty has been established for more than 100 years. It can't be destroyed in this generation. Fatuous ruler, my family was killed by the demons. I was so sad that I wanted to commit suicide. The holy monk came to release the souls of my family. Only then did I have the comfort of living. Why are you chasing people away? Could it be that the demons were arranged by you? Holy monk, don't leave." Many believers started to shout anxiously, as if they wanted to offend the great Zhou king. Zhou Wang's face stiffened. "What did I do? How did I become a fatuous ruler?" The Grand Tutor's face stiffened. He said in a low voice, "Wang Ku, don't go overboard." "How am I going overboard? You wanted to barge into my house. I didn't let you, so you bullied me. I can't afford to offend you, but can I hide? Let's move now. Okay? Men, pack up. We're leaving now." Wang Ku didn't give in at all. Yes. The Wang family disciples in the demon-subduing temple shouted. The Grand Tutor, Zhou Wang, Patriarch Xuepao, the monks. Who would have thought that you would pack up and leave immediately? Couldn't you delay for a few days? At least wait until we're done with what we're going to do. If that's the case, how are we going to get off the stage? What to do? Holy monk, don't go. Fatuous ruler, you have sinned. State preceptor, why did you follow Prince Zhou to commit sins? There was a clamor all around. The state preceptor stood at the Buddha's Head Plaza. Seeing that the Wang family's disciples were really packing up and preparing to leave, he was also furious. Damn it, are you guys crazy? What should he do now? Rat King looked at Patriarch Xuepao from afar. What do we do now? That Wang Ku is a lunatic. Damn it, the state preceptor will definitely not be able to see the holy monk today. Patriarch Xuepao was furious for a while. He took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. I don't even know what Wang Ku and this holy monk are up to. F***ck, don't wait anymore, let's do it. Attack." Rat King looked at Patriarch Xuepao. That's right. If we don't act now, Wang Ku will escape from the back door with the holy monk, and the state preceptor will return to the palace with Prince Zhou. By then, we won't be able to catch anything. Patriarch Xuepao said angrily. Then let's do it. Rat King sighed. Whoosh. 2 streaks of blood-red light instantly shot towards the state preceptor and Prince Zhou. State preceptor? Die. Give me back my son's life. Rat King roared. Rat King roared and stretched out his sharp claws. 2 streaks of claw energy shot towards the state preceptor. What? Many people around were shocked. The state preceptor glared at the 2 streaks of claw energy. Boom! The golden energy palm collided with the rat's claw energy palm, creating a shockwave that blew the surrounding civilians and soldiers off balance. The demons are attacking the city. Someone shouted. Instantly, the civilians and soldiers who were on the ground were scared out of their wit. Wang Ku stared at Rat King who attacked. Is this Rat King crazy? If you want to sneak up on us, just do it. Why are you shouting? Are you afraid that others won't know? Wang Ku was shocked. Rat King was only secondary. The other figure in a blood-red robe was charging towards Prince Zhou as though he wanted to capture him. The state preceptor had already noticed the enemy's attack. How could he allow Prince Zhou to be captured? He waved his sleeves and pulled Prince Zhou behind him. Then, he stretched out his palm again. Boom! The golden energy clashed with the blood-red robe figure. Patriarch Xuepao? Rat King? Humph! How dare you show your face in front of me? The state preceptor said coldly. What? The surrounding righteous disciples were shocked. They were on their guard. Rat King, what are you shouting for? Are you reporting to the state preceptor? You exposed us and made us return empty-handed. Patriarch Shui Pao said angrily. Me? I didn't notice. Rat King said awkwardly. Humph. Patriarch Shui Pao snorted. Patriarch Shui Pao turned his head and looked at the state preceptor. Forget it. Since we're exposed, I won't hide anymore. Fellow cultivators, let's do it. The state preceptor shouted. The righteous disciples in the square immediately rushed up to the sky. They slashed their longswords at Rat King and Patriarch Shui Pao. It's a battle between nascent soul realm cultivators. You'd better stay away. Red Lotus Sword, open! Patriarch Shui Pao shouted. 1. Patriarch Shui Pao swung his red longsword. In an instant, red lotuses appeared in the void. The petals of the lotuses were filled with sword chi. They bloomed in all directions and surged toward the group of righteous disciples. Hong! The red lotus sword opened and thousands of red lotus sword chi shattered the Dharma treasures of the righteous disciples. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, the group of righteous disciples were all sent flying. Nascent soul realm? So powerful? He killed all the golden core realm cultivators in one move? So powerful? Wang Ku, who was at the entrance, exclaimed. Red Lotus Sword technique? Together with the Red Lotus Sword? The state preceptor's face darkened. I couldn't defeat your tortoise shell last time because I didn't have the Red Lotus Sword with me. Now, with the Red Lotus Sword, there's no defense that I can't break. Patriarch Shui Pao said coldly. Red Lotus Sword ocean. Patriarch Shui Pao swung his longsword and shouted. Boom! In an instant, red lotuses blotted out the sky. At the same time, countless red sword lotuses emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the red lotuses bloomed like a sea of red lotuses. Everyone in the square fell to the ground. All the soldiers and civilians were injured by the sword chi. The civilians were anxious. Fortunately, Patriarch Shui Pao didn't kill them. He only used the sword chi to force them out of the square. Save us! The commoners cried out in agony. Disciples of the immortal sects, monks, what are you doing? Save them! Wang Ku shouted. The Golden Core Realm experts who were sent flying spat out blood and got up. They went to save the civilians. Of course, there was also a group of monks who didn't do anything. They also started saving the civilians. Countless red lotuses bloomed in the square. The aftershock washed over the people in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of it was the imperial tutor. Countless red sword lotuses bloomed around the imperial tutor. Even though the imperial tutor used an energy shield to protect himself, the countless red lotuses still crowded around the energy shield. State Preceptor, protect me! Zhou Wang shrank behind the state preceptor in fear. Rumble! The rolling red lotuses crashed into the Grand Master's shield. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Amitabha, Patriarch Shui Pao, don't blame me for being merciless since you are so stubborn, the state master said coldly. Do you think I won't be able to break through your tortoiseshell defense like last time? This time, I have the Red Lotus Sword. Explode! Patriarch Shui Pao shouted. Boom! Beside the Imperial Preceptor's shield, a sword lotus suddenly exploded, creating a huge destructive force that caused the Imperial Preceptor's shield to tremble. Red Lotus Sword? The Imperial Tutor's face sank. Explode! Patriarch Shui Pao shouted. Boom! 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 In an instant, the red lotuses exploded one after another. The previous one had already caused the Imperial Preceptor's shield to ripple. How powerful would it be if 100 of them exploded at the same time? In an instant, Wang Ku saw the shield explode, and the aftermath was even more terrifying. The walls of the demon-subduing temple were blasted apart. Are you crazy? Why are you playing with explosions in front of my house? Wang Ku exclaimed as he retreated. He retreated all the way to the entrance of the demon-subduing temple before Gong Wei and Amethyst blocked the aftermath with their help. Because the devil-subduing temple had Gong Wei and Zibufan, these two great experts, They didn't suffer much damage from this explosion. Patriarch Shui Pao. Zhou Wang is still behind the state preceptor. If you explode all of them, Zhou Wang is dead for sure. Didn't you want to capture Zhou Wang? Rat King exclaimed. Patriarch Shui Pao said hatefully, it doesn't matter. Zhou Wang? I can still use him even if he dies. What? Rat King was puzzled. Continue. Patriarch Shui Pao continued to activate the red lotus sword in his hand. Rumble. The explosions continued. Countless red lotuses seemed to have appeared out of thin air, heading straight for the state preceptor. At the center of the explosion, smoke and dust rose, and flames soared into the sky. Wang Ku's scalp tingled. Red lotus sword? Isn't that a fully automatic cannon? That's crazy. Wang Ku's eyes widened in shock. Gong Wei waved his hand and pulled the affected Wang family disciples into the demon-subduing temple. Amethyst also narrowed her eyes at the battle outside. Red lotus sword? I've seen Lust use it once before. Why is it in his hands now? Who is this? You've seen this cannon before? Wang Ku's eyes widened. That's right. Legend has it that the red lotus sword also came from the blood-crossing temple. Lust doesn't like to use it because the red lotus sword is incompatible with demonic chi. Lust doesn't feel comfortable using it. Amethyst explained. Amitba. The red lotus sword is the same as the righteous sword of the Sky Wolf sect. It can only be used by disciples of the righteous Tao. This Patriarch Shui Pao is very strange. That state preceptor is also very capable. He can still hold on under such a dense explosion of red lotus sword? Bujie exclaimed. The state preceptor isn't dead yet? Wang Ku asked in shock. That's not right. At the center of the explosion, the state preceptor's aura has become stronger. Why? How can this be? Gong Wei's eyes widened in shock. Namo Tathagata Buddha. A majestic Buddhist voice came from the center of the explosion. Hong. Countless golden lights burst out along with the Buddhist voice, causing the surrounding red lotuses to ripple. All the explosions stopped abruptly, and the red lotuses dispersed. At the center of the square, the state preceptor and Zhou Wang were once again exposed. Zhou Wang stood behind the state preceptor, trembling. Behind the state preceptor there was a huge figure. It was a huge golden Buddha figure that was 10 zhang tall. 10 zhang tall. It was as tall as a 10-story building. The huge golden Buddha figure dispersed the surrounding red lotuses, protecting the state preceptor and Zhou Wang. A terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. A Buddha figure? Is that an essence spirit? Impossible. How can someone in the 100,000 mountains condense an essence spirit? If the profound latch isn't broken, the essence spirit won't appear. Who is he? Gong Wei exclaimed with his eyes wide open. I am Dharma Idol, Tathagata Buddha. The state preceptor put his palms together. Tathagata Buddha? Wang Ku's eyes widened in shock. P.S. First update. Thank you for your comments and thank you for your encouragement in the comments. Guan Qi can only continue to explode. Thank you.